broadcasting unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings this afternoon. Currently on your screens, that is inside the National Assembly chambers, we can see members of the National Assembly have already begun making their way into the House to get ready for the business that is lined up for transaction this afternoon. The time allocated for the sitting is 2:30 in the PM. So it's just about 3 minutes to that time. And as we wait for the House to commence, we shall take a look at part or some of the priority business that the members of the National Assembly shall this afternoon be considering or transacting. There are two bills that are coming up for consideration at the committee of the whole house stage. This means that any amendments that may have been moved towards these particular bills, then this is the stage that the House shall be looking into these amendments and whether they shall be adopted and be made part of the bill or perhaps they shall be dropped. The bills include the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly and sponsored by the leader of the majority party. This means this is a government-sponsored bill. And also the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, also originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 29 of 2023, and also a government-sponsored bill. So let's take a look at the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill. The members of the National Assembly shall be considering some of the amendments that the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health, or rather the Departmental Committee on Health, intends to be moving regarding the public participation that was done on this particular bill, and also the proposed amendments that may be in this particular bill or in their report. However, before we take a look at some of the amendments that shall be considered this afternoon, we should be able to understand deeply what basically this particular bill seeks to attain. And it is a bill that seeks to establish a comprehensive legal framework to promote the improvement of the quality of healthcare in Kenya by establishing standards, accreditation mechanisms, and ensuring the protection and promotion of patients' rights. Now, you will understand that the Constitution also gives this particular provision for the rights to every person, the right to healthcare. This is Article 43, Subarticle 1A, on economics and social rights. And 43 1A indicates that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to healthcare services, including reproductive healthcare. And in this particular regard, this is a bill that seeks to give life to that particular, or give effect to that particular article of the Constitution, to provide for the responsibility of the national and county governments in the realization of quality of healthcare for patients. Also to provide for the establishment, powers, and functions of the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Authority. This is an authority that the bill proposes to establish, and also to be able for the registration, licensing, and accreditation of health facilities to be able to provide for the setting of standards for quality of healthcare. Now, you all know that health is a devolved function. And of course, this bill speaks into the functions and also the responsibilities from the national level to the county level regarding the implementation of this particular bill, or these amendments that, or this particular bill that is coming to ensure that the healthcare that is given to the patients who visit the health facilities is top notch. And of course, to be able to also reduce, if not curb, the many cases perhaps of negligence that have been witnessed in various health facilities. However, we have seen the Speaker of the National Assembly making his way into the chamber, that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. You will allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Ombe, ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
At the plenary. So these are members who are walking into the chamber, of course, to join their colleagues for this plenary sitting. So earlier on, I had indicated to you that the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill is coming up for consideration at the committee of the whole house stage. That means this particular bill has already gone through the other processes or the whole process or the other stages. That is the consideration at the public participation stage as well as debate on the floor of the House. So this is the time where if there were any amendments that may have been moved, then will be presented and considered whether to be adopted or to be withdrawn. But the significance of this bill majorly lies in shifting the country's healthcare focus from increasing access to also guaranteeing quality, safety, accountability and protection of the patient's rights. I had indicated earlier that this stems from the provisions of the Constitution that ensures that every person has the right to quality healthcare. That is Article 43(1)(a). And some of the contents of this bill is that, or rather why it matters in this country or in the Kenyan context, is that it gives effect to the constitutional right to health care. And it also clarifies the responsibilities of both national and county governments in ensuring quality health care. We have seen the sergeant at arms indicating or signaling to the House that the quorum has been attained. And that means I should be able to be handing this business back to the House for you to be able to follow. The bill also establishes uniform quality standards You will realize that one of Kenya's longest challenges has been uneven healthcare quality across counties and facilities. And the bill now seeks to establish the national standards for healthcare quality, also accreditation, licensing, and continuous monitoring of health facilities, also to strengthen the patient's safety, also to protect the patient's rights. The bill also addresses the gaps in regulation that may have been loopholes that have affected the implementation of some of the policies that are already existing. Remember, the quorum has already been attained. Once the Speaker calls the House to order for the business to commence, I shall be able to hand this business for you to follow. It also supports the universal health coverage system and also the Social Health Authority. Well, allow
Honorable
me to hand you over now.
members, we
Good
now
afternoon.
have quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a communication on the appointment of members to a mediation committee on the Division of Revenue Bill 2026. Honorable members, as you are aware, on Tuesday, 26 May 2026, the House rejected the motion on consideration of the Senate amendments to the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026. This decision consequently remitted the bill to a mediation committee in accordance with the provisions of Article 1122B of the Constitution and Standing Order 1491A. Honorable members, Article 1131 of the Constitution provides that whenever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of both houses of parliament shall appoint an equal number of members from each house to attempt to develop a version of the bill that will be passed by both houses. In this regard, having consulted with the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party, I have appointed the following members to represent the National Assembly in the mediation committee to consider the said bill. 1, the Honorable Samuel Atandi, CBS MP, whom I have designated to be the co-chair. 2, the Honorable Dr. Robert Bukose, CBS MP. 3, the Honorable Naisula Lesuda, CBS MP. 4, the Honorable Jane Kagiri, OGW MP. 5, the Honorable Ekomas Mutuse, OGW MP. 6, the Honorable Christopher Aseka, MP. And 7, the Honorable Javeth Nyakundi, MP. Honorable members, the aforementioned members will await the appointment of senators to the mediation committee for the committee to be fully constituted for purposes of commencing the mediation process. Once I receive a message from the Senate to that effect, I'll report it to the House forthwith. Thereafter, the mediation committee will embark on an attempt to develop a mediated version of the bill for consideration by the Houses of Parliament in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution. You are accordingly guided. While on my feet, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, Thika High School, Thika West, Kiambu. I'm reliably informed that is the school where our clerk, Samuel Njoroge, went to. To St. Angela Kiriaini, St. Angela Kiriaini girls from Mathioya, Muranga. In the public gallery, we have Muguna Girls School from Mara, Tarakaniti, and Nun Kopir Girls School from Kajiado East, Kajiado. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. The Honorable Atandi had informed me he will be slightly late, so we'll accord him an opportunity to table his report as soon as he comes into the chamber. Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee, Shuria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 2nd June 2026. Report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the expenditures of the Consolidated Fund Services under the financial year 26-27 budget estimates. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, that suffers the same fate. When he comes, we'll allow him to table the report and give notice of motion. Chairperson, Public Debt.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the expenditures of the Consolidated Fund Services under the budget estimates for the financial year 26-27, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd June 2026. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Onesmus Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, Public Works regarding the collapse of a story building under construction at Olenairi area in Kajiado County, Ololua Ward. Honorable Speaker, on Friday, 8th of May, 2026, an 8-story building that was under construction in Olenairi on parcel number Ngongong 107078, registered under Matthew Kipkoech Keter, partially collapsed, trapping 4 construction workers beneath the rubble. A multi-agency rescue operation was launched to attempt to rescue the trapped construction workers. Regrettably, the conclusion of the rescue mission on the 12th of May, 4 bodies were recovered. They were identified as 1, Douglas Simiu Wesonga, Mr. Emmanuel Mumunya Maende, Jeremiah Mutunga, and Moses Otieno Ngongi. Honorable Speaker, preliminary findings raise serious questions about the non-compliance with regulatory requirements and standard, the quality of works prior to the collapse of the building, and raises doubt as to whether the construction, Coastlink Building Works Limited, was duly registered by the National Construction Authority. Further, the Olenairi area lies within the flight path zone where construction height is restricted to a maximum of 4-story. Yet the collapsed structure had reached 8 floors, raising concerns on whether the project was approved by the relevant agencies. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, Public Works on the following. 1, a report on the circumstances that led to the collapse of the 8-story building at Olenairi area on the 8th of May 2026 in Ololua Ward, including copies of the approval granted for the project, whether Coastlink Building Works Limited was registered at the time of the collapse of the building, and whether the construction complied with the approvals and the NCA standards. 2, an explanation on how the collapsed building had risen as high as 8-story at the time of the collapse, yet the area is within a flight path zone restricted to 4 stories, and action taken for violation. 3, the steps taken to resettle tenants and homeowners who have moved as a result of the collapse of this building, and the support being extended to the families of the deceased workers. 4, the measures taken to restore the access road, Olenairi, to Ololua, destroyed during the clearance of the rumble from the site of the collapsed building. 5, the measures in place to ensure that the workers across Kenya are covered by adequate occupational safety and health protection and compensation framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Housing. Majority Leader informed the Chair Housing to bring a response in 2 weeks.
Speaker.
Yes, Ngogoyo?
Yeah, I want to request you, Mr. Speaker, because of this building collapsing, around a circumference of about 500 meters, people are evacuated. 1 week would be too long for specifically one question, because you see, the National Disaster Management Authority was to declare whether there is harm, so that because people are removed from their houses and are outside without any plan. So I want to request that it becomes 1 week, because people are outside, they left their houses.
Majority Leader, can you endeavor to Wednesday next week? Or at least a preliminary?
We can get the committee to give him a preliminary report next week on Tuesday, Wednesday latest.
Thank you. Brighton Yegon, member for Konoin.
Yes, I'm requesting for a statement regarding the killing of a minor in Konoin constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the brutal killing of one Mr. Brian Kiprotich in Konoin constituency. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Brian Kiprotich, a 17-year-old minor, lost his life under unclear circumstances. It is reported that the minor succumbed to injuries sustained following an assault by the security guard while harvesting tea leaves at Brown's East Africa Limited, formerly Unilever Tea, in Konoin constituency. The matter was reported at Konoin Police Station under OB number 11/25/5/2026. However, the family of the deceased is yet to receive any information regarding the arrest and prosecution of the person alleged to have been involved in the incident. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that the minor lost his life in such a cruel and unlawful manner. The incident raises serious concerns regarding the protection of the right to life, the observance of rights of children, and adherence of the rule of law, and it has also triggered widespread hunger, fear, grief among residents of Konoin constituency who demand justice for Brian. This is not an isolated case, as there are several other cases of killings reported in the company. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security to appraise the House on the following. Number 1, a report on the circumstance surrounding the killing of 17-year-old boy at Brown's East Africa Limited in Konoin constituency. Number 2, the progress made in investigation into the death and measures being taken against those responsible in the incident. Number 3, the interventions being implemented to cap cases of mob justice and violence against children across the country. And number 4, the measures being taken to ensure companies and institutions observe human rights standards and law procedures in handling suspected wrongdoings. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. It was directed to Chair Security. Wapi Tongoyo or his Vice Chair? Inform them to respond in 2 weeks. Mother Wangari, member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, even as I make this statement, indulge me to thank you and the House on your moment of silence on the Utumishi Academy that you did and the visits that we got from some members who are here and who are not in the House, but they came. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 43, I rise to make a general statement regarding the fire tragedy that occurred at Utumishi Girls Senior School in Gilgil constituency. Honorable Speaker, on the night of Thursday, 28th May 2026, 16 innocent young lives were lost following a tragic fire incident that occurred at Utumishi Girls Senior School, while 79 learners sustained injuries and are admitted in different hospitals in the country. Mr. Speaker, this unfortunate incident has left scores of students, parents, guardians, teaching staff, support staff, and members of the wider community traumatized. To many, life will never be the same again. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, our country has experienced a similar tragic incident in learning institutions over the years, each leaving behind grief, disruption, and repeated pleas for reform. Various commissions of inquiry, task forces, and investigative bodies have previously made recommendations aimed at strengthening safety and preventing recurrence of such incidents. However, the implementation of these recommendations has remained inconsistent. The Utumishi Girls Senior School has now joined the statistics of another tragedy caused by failure to implement previous reports of safety for our children in schools. Honorable Speaker, I wish to acknowledge and commend the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Interior and National Administration, Ministry of Defense, National Police Service, the DCI, the Red Cross team, the medical personnel, the county health services, the emergency responders, the counselors, school leadership, and all stakeholders who have been involved in rescue operations, the medical intervention, psychosocial support, and ongoing coordination following this tragedy. Honorable Speaker, as we reflect on this painful tragedy, we must also acknowledge a difficult reality that the responsibility of raising, guiding, and protecting our children cannot rest solely on our schools or on government. The molding of a child begins at home, it is reinforced in school, and is strengthened by the wider community. These events should compel the public to undertake a national reflection on whether every stakeholder is fully discharging their responsibility. Honorable Speaker, this tragic incident raises urgent and recurring national concerns requiring comprehensive attention, particularly in regard to 1, fire safety preparedness and compliance standards in boarding schools across the country. Number 2, the effectiveness of surveillance systems, including CCTV installation, monitoring and response protocols in learning institutions. Number 3, the adequacy and timeliness of emergency response mechanisms during such incidents. Number 4, the roles and responsibility of school administrators and relevant government agencies in safeguarding learners. Number 5, the psychosocial support system for learners, parents, teachers, and other stakeholders exposed to trauma. And finally, the broader issue of discipline and lack thereof in our institutions. Honorable Speaker, I urge the Ministry of Education through the committee of this House to strengthen oversight by fully decentralizing and operationalizing safety, security, and welfare monitoring mechanisms at the constituency level. Every constituency should have a clearly defined framework, bringing together education officers, school administrations, boards of management, parents, representatives, security agencies, and local leadership to regularly review compliance with safety standards, learner welfare, and discipline management. Prevention must become a local responsibility before it becomes a national crisis. Honorable Speaker, it is also imperative that we empower our learners to be actively involved in the implementation of key recommendations by the relevant ministries and agencies with a specificity on their security. May this tragedy serve as a turning point in our national commitment to the safety, security, and well-being of every learner. I wish to honor and pay tribute to the 16 learners who perished in this tragedy. May their souls rest in eternal peace, and may their families find peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mother. As I give one or two of you to comment, I've been requested by the member for the area that there is serious ongoing homicide investigations. So those of you who want to make interventions, just steer clear of the possibility of prejudicing the ongoing investigations. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once again, allow me to begin by conveying my very deep condolences to the families of the young girls who lost their lives in Gilgil, Utumishi Academy. Honorable Speaker, even this afternoon as we welcome the students in the Speaker's Gallery, Thika High School, Muguna Girls, Non Kupir from Kajiado East and St. Angela from Kirene and Muranga, to also take this opportunity to speak to these students and ask them to honor not just the schools where they are attending, but also their parents, their teachers, and their colleagues in the schools. Because, Honorable Speaker, as you have said, cognizant of the fact that there is an ongoing investigation into the tragedy at Utumishi Academy, we must also, as a nation, come together at this time. Not only to speak to ourselves as parents, but also to speak to our students as our children, and implore on them on the need to grow up as responsible citizens. And I say that, Honorable Speaker, because at least I have had time to engage with some of these students today. I have just met the students' president from Thika High, Terence Githuku, who is in the Speaker's Gallery, and two of his deputies. And I had occasion to visit Thika High together with yourself about a week or two ago, last Friday, but one actually. And today, Honorable Speaker, you have presented the contribution of members of Parliament, including yourself, and a number of us, to support. And when I went through that list of the students being supported, I've seen some students with fees arrears of up to 120,000 shillings, who, out of the benevolence of members of Parliament, they now have support to continue their education. And these are the sacrifices parents make, and we are making as leaders also to support many of these students. When we went to Thika High School, Honorable Speaker, there was a young man who is seated in the Speaker's Gallery today, Isaac Mwai, who went to the school that I went to, Kikuyu Township Primary School. That young man went to Kikuyu Township Primary School, and he reminded the president when he met him at the science exhibition, that when the president 3 years ago went to commission KCPE at Kikuyu Township Primary School, that young man was a student at Kikuyu Township Primary School. But out of sheer discipline, he's now found himself in Thika High School, a very good school, and together with Terence Githuku and the other students, they are leading a student's body. And I want to speak to these young ones and ask them, please maintain discipline in school as you do at home. Many of the cases you hear, especially in this second term, Honorable Speaker, is because students probably are fatigued and want to go home. If you want to go home, you do not need to burn down anything. Not a dormitory, not a classroom, not a school bus, nothing. Honorable Speaker, I heard the governor for Nakuru over the weekend pose the question, could these young ones be learning from us that whenever we want to protest, we must burn down buildings, We must burn down people's shops and people's cars. I saw the other week, people were protesting in Githurai and they had to burn down somebody's car. We must lead by example as leaders. And as parents, not just as leaders, as the people who are parents, anybody who is a parent or an aspiring parent, if we want to protest on anything as a country, let us not have fires everywhere, because these children could be copying from us or from the country. Therefore, I say that careful not to condemn anybody, Honorable Speaker, but to plead with the nation that we learn from our past mistakes. When the school in Ukambani, I think it was Changuli High School, when we lost 67 students in that school, there were measures that were taken, some of which I believe were already in place in this school. But that tells you we have a deeper problem than the physical things that we do. I don't know whether it will be enough to even put fire detectors and fire suppression systems in all these schools, but can we afford it as a country? Will parents be able to afford fire suppression systems in each and every dormitory in our schools, Honorable Speaker? Therefore, it calls for a deeper conversation. It is not enough, Honorable Speaker, today to just point fingers at each other. No, I heard somebody say that Parliament was praying when there was a fire in the school, Honorable Speaker. I know it's also reckless of anybody, whether you're in the media or you are a leader in whatever sphere, to claim that Parliament was praying at a time our children were burning in school, Honorable Speaker. The National Prayer Breakfast is something that rests in our calendar in Parliament. It is known, it is a set date. And we set that date last year. Nobody had planned for this fire, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, that person who was saying, and I don't to dignify them with naming them, because they don't need to be dignified from this floor, may I say, shame on you that you can take advantage of such an unfortunate incident to just throw barbs at this house. Even prayers, Honorable Speaker, I want to say, prayers work. And we must pray for our children. We must pray for our children in schools, in our homes, and as much as we pray for our nation, Honorable Speaker. Let me say again, this is a time that we are being called to converse individually in our homes with our children, collectively in schools, even on the platforms, political platforms and other platforms that we get, in our churches, because, Honorable Speaker, again, many of our church leaders have become more politicians than politicians. And that's why I continue to honor the Muslim faith, because I never hear anybody in a mosque speaking politics. But for us as Christians, this must be our time for introspection, to ask ourselves, even as we point fingers at administrators in schools, as we point fingers at political leaders, those of us who are serving in the church, where are we failing in shepherding these young ones in the right manner, Honorable Speaker? Because there is a failure somewhere. And I say that without pointing fingers at anybody, saying that it is a time that we need to come together and have a conversation as Kenyans and as humankind, Honorable Speaker, because we have a problem. And it is not a small problem, Speaker. It is a big, big, big problem. If we do not address it now, we will have more major problems in the coming days. Because these things that we see, these small incidences, a fire in a school, deaths in schools, an accident here and there, a small demonstration that turns out to become a very violent thing and you end up losing lives. These are just manifestations of a bigger problem that we must address, Honorable Speaker. My condolences to the parents. I have seen the anguish and the pain of those parents, and I identify with the pain that they feel. That you sent your young girl to go to school to secure her future, and now you have no child out of the actions of somebody else, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed painful, And I must say we must be careful what we say about these incidences, because we must remember their parents who are grieving, their siblings of those young ones. Yesterday, I just saw on Facebook, Honorable Speaker, a young man share the pain that he's going through after losing the sister, and sharing pictures of the time he spent with the sister, even as she went back to school this term. And that girl is no more, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed painful, and we must share in that grief and pain with those parents and the school, and also recognize that these young ones, Honorable Speaker, even those in Utumishi, are traumatized. Maybe they never imagined it would get to what it has gotten to, but it is what it is now.
Thank you.
It will affect them for a long time, and we must ask maybe the chair of the Education Committee to make sure they engage with the Ministry of Education to make sure that there is some level of counseling that is done to these students and those who neighbor that school. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The rest, let's take 2 minutes each. Robert Mbui. Give Robert Mbui. Is it on this, Robert, or something else? There's a mic next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, you know, I've actually, in my previous life, been involved one time in handling a matter of arson in a school. And Mr. Speaker, what was surprising is that the children that were involved in that case of arson, majority of them had no idea why they were involved. And only one is actually the one who had the plan, because the intention was for the school to be closed so that they could go and restock their supply of drugs because they had run out. So sometimes there are very flimsy reasons that are used to cause these cases. And Mr. Speaker, arson is a crime. Unfortunately, when arson leads to people losing their lives, it ends up becoming murder, which is another crime. So the question we are now grappling with is how then do we try a crime that is actually at such a level as murder? Because yes, we know they are children, but then what about the ones who have lost their lives? So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very, very sensitive place we are in, and I want to agree with the Honorable Martha that maybe we don't get too much into the details, but it is important that as we proceed, the government must come up with maybe a commission of inquiry. I remember a while back we had devil worshipping in schools, and there was a commission of inquiry that dealt with it. So maybe now we need to find out what is it that is making our children, just Kenyan children. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is not a global problem. This is a Kenyan problem. Actually, arson in schools is a Kenyan problem. Are we going to have to do away with boarding schools? Yet we know that their parents and their children who have no alternative but to have their children in boarding. So, Mr. Speaker, I sympathize with the lives of those ones those families that their children lost their lives. But I think as a government, we must find a solution going forward. But, Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to say the last time we had such cases, the Ministry of Education came up with a raft of measures, which, Mr. Speaker, sometimes is just, it's like we are treating the symptoms instead of the problem. Mr. Speaker, when the ministry says, for example, that they are not going to allow beds that are wooden in schools, I don't think that's really part of that is a solution to the problem. Because if anything, if you look at some of the international schools, they have very beautiful furniture that is wooden. Now, if you say that the beds must be metallic, what about mattresses? Are you going to make the mattresses metallic? Are you going to make the curtains metallic? So we may need to find another solution, not to deal with those things on a half-baked measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dorothy Kiara. There is a lot of interest, so take a minute each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to join Honorable Mother Wangari, MP for Gilgil, in condoling with the families that have lost their loved ones. Honorable Speaker, the immeasurable pain, torture, and torment that these parents are going through, including their teachers, the classmates who are alive, it is immeasurable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to say sincerely, I condole with those families and wish those that are in hospital quick recovery. Honorable Speaker, it is the high time that when we talk of commission of inquiries, Honorable Speaker, something that happened when Bombolulu School was burnt down, something that happened when Changuli School was also burnt down, this commission of inquiries give recommendations, Honorable Speaker, but at the end of the day, very few recommendations are implemented. It is the high time, Honorable Speaker, that we speak our mind, we search and know what is really healing our students in our schools, come out, Honorable Speaker, and come out with the recommendations that, Honorable Speaker, will cure this. Even if it means having our schools as day schools, so be it, Honorable Speaker. Life is more precious.
Otienda Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I condole with the families that have lost the little ones. And I think we must accept that we have all failed the children who perished. We failed them through the school, we failed them through the government, we failed them through policies, and even we as Parliament, we are part of those who failed them. We must collectively apologize that we have failed those children. Mr. Speaker, this has become a trend. The idea of banning schools and school unrest is a trend that must be examined. As we examine ourselves, and I agree with the majority leader, we must examine the values that we are instilling in the children. We must examine the place of religion. Many of us, when we are growing up, raising a child was a collective responsibility. Now it has been left to the parent and the teacher. The teacher is disempowered because there's not much the teacher can do other than warn. Many of us parents, once we submit the child to school, we wash our hands. The child is left to the internet. Some of the things they are doing are things that clearly can only be brought from the internet. We must re-examine even the place of access to the internet for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I say only two things as I finish. One, I think it is time that as Parliament, we form an ad hoc committee to examine unrest in schools. It is not enough to leave it to the department anymore. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I think that we must also re-examine the circumstances that we're putting the schools to. If you look at the images of that school, and that's a high-end school, you see that the dormitory was highly congested. There were beds on the corridors, there were beds next to the door. This 100% transition without the proper infrastructure is part of the problem. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Meli. Okay, Meli, yield the floor. You'll speak later.
Yes? Let me comment last, yes.
Listen to others first. Yes, Mwalimu Taitumu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. First of all, let me tender my condolences to the families that lost their young ones. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this is an exhibition of high levels of moral decadence in our society. Our moral social fabric, Honorable Speaker, is wanting. In relation to what happened in the Utumishi Academy, Mr. Speaker, some principals live in ivory tower, such that there is no flow of information from teachers to the principal, particularly where we have the girls. The men who teach there, they cannot pass information to the principals because if they do, at times they are victimized, hence bringing a gap between the administrators and the teachers who should be manning those institutions. As it has been said by the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, it is said that monkeys see, monkeys do. What is happening in our society today?
Your time is up. Mama Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa shule ya utumishi kwa watoto walioteketea na moto. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jukumu letu sisi sote, na hasa nielezee wazazi jukumu la kumwachia mwanafunzi kwa mwalimu ni jukumu ambalo ni lake yeye mzazi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni mambo ambayo yametokea, sio mara ya kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika. Ni wakati umefika mambo haya yaweze kuangaliwa, na mwalimu pia niweze kumwelezea kuwa ikiwa mwanafunzi unaona na uzito wakati wa mtihani, tusiwasukume sana, na nielezee pia wanafunzi, na wengi wako hapa, kuanguka mtihani sio mwisho wa maisha. Pengine hii ndio inafanya mtoto anaona mtihani umetolewa tarehe 16 hadi tarehe 2 hapa, anaamua kuchoma shule. Hawa ni criminals, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanafaa kuwe ndani, na wazazi pia wa take responsibility. Tumepoteza watoto wengi sana Mheshimiwa Spika, akiwemo mtoto kutoka Mombasa. Kwa hiyo mimi na
Kangogo Bowen.
Mr. Speaker, let me join my colleagues also to condole with the family of the 16 girls. Mr. Speaker, and to say as a parliament and as a country, Honorable Speaker, we need to reflect and relook again this issue of boarding schools. Mr. Speaker, if you check in the developed countries, there are very few or even no boarding schools. I think we need to relook about boarding schools as a country. Number two, Honorable Speaker, we need to come up as a country and also as a ministry, and the Chairman of Education, Meli, must listen to this, Honorable Speaker. We need to have a standardized and policy, especially on the domes across the country, Honorable Speaker. You will find that there's, what we saw from those domes, they were very congested. In a cube which is supposed to take 12 girls, they are more than 12.
Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to join my colleagues to condole with the family of the 16 girls who lost their souls during the inferno. Honorable Speaker, whereas the fire was taking off in Utumishi, it also happened in my constituency. 2 schools, Emulama Primary School and Ingotse Boys High School, Honorable Speaker, together with Chabuisi High School. Honorable Speaker, this is a bad precedent that we are seeing. The issue we must look at is, can we call for a whole comprehensive understanding, maybe through Parliament and any other investigatory organization, authority, Honorable Speaker, that the Parliament sets up an ad hoc committee, the way my colleague has said, to look at what is happening in fires across the country. Honorable Speaker, listening to what is happening, quoting my place, Honorable Speaker, is that a few of my students had issues, but the principal did not bring out those issues on time, Honorable Speaker. Can we have a way of understanding?
Thank you. Maclap, death has no gender.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My very sincere condolences to the parents who lost their loving ones, and quick recovery to those students who are still having injuries. Mr. Speaker, I am one of the first members of Parliament to be in that school, together with the Minister for Education, the PS, and the Minister for Interior. Mr. Speaker, what I saw is not very good for this country. Mr. Speaker, even today, I am equally affected because one of the students comes from Barwesa, and their father is Raymond Kangogo, Chepkonga, and up to today, they don't know where their daughter is because out of the 16, 11 students have not been able to be identified. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask also the forensic people to speed up.
Your time is up. We should try to come to an end on this. Wanjala. Wanjala.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I send condolences to the parents and Kenyans to have lost young kids. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to advise Kenyans, when they are demonstrating, they should not be burning tires on the roads, because these are some of the things children are seeing, and they want also that when they have a problem, they must burn schools, the way their parents and protesters burn roads. Honorable Speaker, even the parents of those children, or even the parents of those children, I saw them at the police station and they behaved like those children. That means show me your friend and I'll tell who you are. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Naomi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My sincere condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones, the young ones. It is unfortunate that we have lost so many lives as a result of fire in schools. Again, my sincere wishes to those who are in hospital for quick recovery, as I also pray that those students will be given enough counseling, and the parents, because what they are going through is serious and they need proper attention. As a nation, again, we need to seriously address the issue of boarding schools so that we come up with clear strategies to protect our children from such incidences. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give my condolences to the families of the girls who lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, what I want to encourage us, this is not the first time as a country that we are facing this. So let us not have knee-jerk reaction to this situation, condemning parents, condemning teachers, condemning everyone, when this problem might be much bigger than this. Let us, after this, look comprehensively at what the situation is. It's not necessarily about boarding. It may not necessarily about people burning tires, but we could be facing a much deeper problem. Let us, after this, look at what is bedeviling our country, especially our young ones, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Can we end here? Omongina. You are Omsubat, you are not Omongina.
But they have given me the mic, Mr.
Omongina.
Speaker. Yeah.
Not you, Donya.
Obviously, this is Omongina. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want this afternoon to send my condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones, the very young souls who are going to be very vibrant in our country. We want to say Pole Sana for what has happened, and I want to talk to parents. My dear parents, wherever you are, let's take up our role as parents to advise our children, to talk to our children whenever they go to boarding schools. Those children need our guidance. They need to be taught on how to behave, on how to live with others, and for sure, this has been the greatest setback that we have had as Kenyans, and the forensic investigation should be done.
Okay, Donya.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of boarding schools, Mr. Speaker, we as members of parliament can pass a law that says something on boarding schools, which I suggest we should not have boarding schools because, Mr. Speaker, more deaths have come because of these boarding schools. You can all remember, honorable members, when our children opened school, we are told a certain bus has caused an accident, a certain bus, all the directions where our children go. That's number one, and safety for our learners. Number two, we must have suggestion box in our schools so that our learners can express their dissatisfaction, and the committee which will be formed can go around, Mr. Speaker, and get to know what the learners are going through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Meli, tutafungia hapo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to
order, Meli. Who do you want to inform, Karolo Mondi? He's not said anything worth being informed. Go on, Meli. Meli, go on. I give you 2 minutes as chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues and Kenyans in conveying my condolences to the parents, to the families, to Tumishi Academy and the Republic for the loss of the 16 children. Honorable Speaker, members have spoken here, and I want to join them and agree with them in a number of issues. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, fires in schools and riots is not a new thing in this country. You remember the Kilifi incident where we lost so many students. A few years ago, we had the fire in Endarasha. Now we have fire in Tumishi Academy. Honorable Speaker, schools are actually a reflection of our families and societies. What has really happened, it has been recommended all these years. I remember the Kilemi Muria report, which investigated schools, and even the Koech report of 2007-2008. We had the Kilemi Muria report of 2015-16. And one of the things that they discussed, Honorable Speaker, is the safety of dormitories, safety of learners, and how those windows should be structured. In fact, through that recommendation, Honorable Speaker, they recommended schools not to have grills, that doors should open outside, and many other recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the biggest issue that we have is the implementing agencies, not sticking to policy, not sticking to programs, and more importantly, putting students, so many students to be congested in schools. A few days ago, Honorable Speaker, you realized that we admitted grade 10, and majority of day schools in this country, with so many classrooms, enough teachers, do not have students because there was no proper admission processes. So that you'll realize a number of C1, C2 schools, crammed schools with thousands of students or hundreds of students, and they went even against the advice of the Education Committee. Honorable Speaker, I know the homicide group is investigating.
Give him 1 minute.
Yes, the homicide team is investigating. I had a discussion with the IG. They are doing a good job. I even discussed with the Member of Parliament, Honorable Wangari. But the idea here, Speaker, is actually to crack the whip, especially on management, on the issue of overcrowding, and more importantly, also let's come back home and see how we can carry out the discipline process in homes, not only in schools, and even across the country.
What's the point of order? Milemba?
Yes.
Take your seat, Meli.
The honorable member, who is also the chair of education, is very well aware that he's the one who presided over the intake process of the grade 10. And it was done in such a manner that there was no limit. And schools are under serious pressure, Honorable Speaker. And even preliminary investigations are showing that the girls who banned the dormitory were grade 10. And he presided over that process together with the minister. Is in order to say...
I already directed Milemba that don't say anything that would prejudice the homicide investigation.
Apologize, Honorable Speaker. So please let me ask him to be very, very candid and also very straight that there's something wrong in the policy of intake which has made the students to be completely congested. By the way, Honorable Speaker, it's all in all the boarding schools, and let's do away with the boarding schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Carola Mond, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to inform Honorable Meli that all we have been discussing is the hardware, but we have the software, which I did present successfully before his committee, the Education Laws Amendment Act, that would enshrine our national values in the curriculum, because what we are dealing with is failure of national values. Actually, what we are now discussing is the hardware portion of it. But if you look at the situation in Tumishi, it is collapse of the value systems that has led to this crisis. And could now the honorable member, majority leader, speed up the tabling of the education amendment laws so that we can entrench nationhood science as a mandatory subject in our national curriculum to deal with this kind of problem.
Yes,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do agree overall with the honorable member for Suba, because he came before the committee, and that is a very good idea. Suba South, yes. But, Honorable Speaker, I do not agree with my good friend, Honorable Milemba, because I do not preside over admission processes in this country. We oversight the Education Committee, and we did mention to them that problem of overcrowding, and I don't want to go into it because we are having investigations now. But generally, I want to say that our schools, it is not an issue of boarding, it is because majority of us, including Mr. Speaker and myself and everyone else, went to boarding schools. And that time, no one was being banned. No schools were banned at that time. We need to relook again on how we are running our policies and programs on school systems in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll end it here. Honorable Meli, you had members talk of an ad hoc committee to deal with this matter. Your committee under Standing Order 216.5. We don't need an ad hoc committee. Your committee can investigate, inquire into, and report on all matters relating to the mandate, management, activities, administration, operations, and estimates of the assigned ministries and departments. So you can move your committee without being caused by the House to not only look at Utumishi, but all the other schools that are going up in flames, and tell the country what is the problem and what the possible solutions are.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take it up, and I think that that has been the issue, because when I was discussing yesterday, the IG told us that the homicides are out. Now we are going to sit down and see how we are going to investigate and carry out those issues, not only for Utumishi Academy, but the whole country. Thank you.
Member for Thika, what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just also wanted to inform Honorable Mary, just 1 second, that when we are looking at all these things, in these schools, I think we need to have therapists or counselors. Some of these children, they need somebody to talk to, and then I think the pressure is too much, and they don't know where to wear their issues. So I would say when we are looking into it, we look at their mental wellness, because at times I think they have too much pressure, but they don't know where to vent the pressure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And honorable members, I think one member said, and I want to encourage, talk to your constituents. Parents have surrendered their children to social media completely. There are hardly any parents who sit with their children to tell them the do's and don'ts of life. The parents feel that once you give your child a smartphone, your problem is over. It's the beginning of an even bigger problem, and we need to deal with that. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery HGM Tinganga School from Kiambu Town, Kiambu, Mwanyalo Comprehensive School from Undanyi, Taita Taveta, Mutwangombe School from Mwingi Central, Kitui, Kiriti Senior School from Tetu, Nyeri, and from the Speaker's Gallery, Ruadia Girls School from Kangema, Muranga. On my behalf and on behalf of Parliament, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. The next statement response is Gitari in the House. Honorable Gitari, and the Chair, Administration and Internal Security. I've been informed that Ngaleche, you are holding brief for the Chair. Are you? Are you ready with the statement response?
Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a statement on the operationalization of administrative units in Kirinyaga Central Constituency. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Kirinyaga Central Constituency, Honorable Joseph Kitari, has requested to be appraised on the delay in the operationalization of administrative units in his constituency. The Honorable Member particularly sought to be informed, A, the reasons for the delay in operationalization of the administrative units within Kirinyaga County, specifically Kenyei, Kadare, and Kiaga administrative units, and B, the expected timeline for full operationalization of administrative units, including deployment of personnel and provision of the necessary infrastructure. I state as follows. A, the reason for the delay in operationalization of the administrative units within Kirinyaga County, specifically Kenyei, Kadare, and Kiaga administrative units, Honorable Chair, the ministry has adopted a phased approach in the operationalization of new created administrative units across the country to ensure equitable distribution of resources amongst all counties. This phased implementation was necessitated by budgetary constraints that have affected the deployment of personnel, establishment of offices, and provision of necessary infrastructure and logistical support for the units. Consequently, the operationalization of Kenyei, Kathare, and Kiaga administrative units in Kirinyaga County has experienced delay due to the inadequate funding. Additionally, the ministry is developing regulations to guide the process and modalities for the creation of gazettement of new administrative units across the country. A key requirement in the gazettement process is the demonstration of adequate public participation in line with the provision of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Additionally, the government must consider the financial implications associated with the establishment of new administrative units, including the issuance of authority to incur expenditure, that is the AIE payment, of personnel emolument and facilitation of officers deployed to the new stations. B, the expected timeline for full operationalization of an administrative unit include deployment of personnel and provision of the necessary infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the timeline for the full operationalization of the administrative units is dependent on the availability of adequate budgetary resources. Once additional funding are availed, the ministry will immediately commence the deployment of personnel and provision of the necessary infrastructure and logistical support required for the operationalization of the gazetted administrative units. The ministry remains committed to bringing government services closer to the people and therefore appeal for the National Assembly to allocate additional resources to enable the ministry to operationalize all gazetted administrative units across the country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Gitare, that is very clear. Is there anything else you want to prosecute? Yes, Honorable Gitare, there's a mic next to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the response that we've gotten from the chair. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I wanted to inform the chair is that public participation was done for all those sub-locations. Maybe we can talk of the budget constraints and the others, but that was done.
Lelechei?
Mr. Speaker, the chair is around and I think he can respond to it.
Once you start, you go to the end. This is not a relay.
Thank you.
Yes. We'll end it there. Yes, Junet? Give Honorable Junet the mic. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your indulgence on a matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, you know we are living in, this house is the house that addresses matters of concern to the people. That's what the Constitution says. And we are in an era, Mr. Speaker, of misinformation, disinformation, and all kinds of things through the social media and all other media, places. So, Mr. Speaker, there is this issue of Ebola in the country, and a lot of issues has been raised about it, quarantines facilities in different parts of the country, but we, as a house, we don't have clear information or clear, information from the executive on how the matter began and what is happening and what is the plan and what is the way forward. So it was, I was seeking your indulgence if you can summon the minister, the CS for health, to appear before the House so that he can explain and give the correct information to the representative of the people so that we can disseminate the right information to the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Junet. Honorable members, I was visited in my chamber by the Chair for Health, the Honorable Dr. Nyikal, who sought direction on this matter and wanted to deal with the matter in the committee. The matter was also raised in House Business Committee, and the House Business Committee resolved, and I have directed that tomorrow at 2:45, we will have the Minister for Health, the Honorable Duale, in the House for strictly 1 hour, because tomorrow is an allotted day, and I've instructed the majority leader to communicate with the Honorable Duale to be in Parliament not later than 2:30, so that at 2:45, we give him 1 hour, and the members with concerns will make their interventions after he gives a statement to the House. On the same matter, Karoli, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of the general public and pursuant to Article 35, but also I think Section 23 of the Powers and Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, could we also ask the Minister to avail to the House all the relevant agreements and subsequent protocols regarding our cooperation on matters of health with the United States of America?
You ask him when he comes here.
Yes, tomorrow, if he can bring those documents too. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Nyikal?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On your separate issue, I think on Ebola, we have dealt with it. You wait for tomorrow.
And I just wanted to add a little on Ebola. As we had indicated the committee level, as we'll deal with it in the House, I think there's still need for the committee to go into a lot more details.
Let's deal with the matter tomorrow, then I'll give you direction.
Okay, thanks.
Now I've given you the floor on what you requested.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I had requested, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make a personal statement on the death of my father, Mzee Eliud Nyikal Okaka, who died on 11th of April 2026 at the grand old age estimated to be 104 years. He was buried on the 2nd of May this year at our home in Seme constituency in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I wish on behalf of our family to truly thank this august House and express great appreciation for the support we got from this House and other arms of government and other arms and institutions of government of Kenya. Starting with you, Mr. Speaker, the clerks of the National Assembly and the Senate, leadership of both houses, and all members of both sides of the divide of the Parliament, I express great appreciation. I express more appreciation for 3 members of Parliament, Honorable Patrick Munene, Honorable Ron, and Honorable Martin, who coordinated very closely with our family during the preparation for the Mzee's funeral. Mr. Speaker, I also got a message of condolence from His Excellency the President. Many cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries passed their messages. Some principal secretaries also visited our home in Seme to grieve with the family. Mr. Speaker, some of this I did not really expect at all. Mr. Speaker, governors from various counties passed condolences and support to our family. Numerous colleagues from this House visited our home. From the medical fraternity, professional bodies, and academia condoled with us. Mr. Speaker, it is rare for a person who is neither sitting nor a past member of Parliament to be eulogized or even mentioned in this august house. You, Mr. Speaker, offered my father this rare opportunity to be mentioned and eulogized in this house. As a man who valued education, hard work, integrity, and good governance, I believe his spirit will appreciate this. Mr. Speaker, the presence of so many members of Parliament, so many of you, my colleagues, at the burial on the 2nd of May, left me humbled and members of our family speechless. They didn't expect it. Many governors also attended. Mr. Speaker, it was a great and solemn occasion, though tainted by a sad incident towards the end. The incident was when a political leader arrived at the function with a large group of rowdy followers who proceeded to interrupt the funeral. The group harassed political leaders, some of whom had to leave before the service was over. Many mourners were frightened and scattered. Mr. Speaker, this incident raises a serious national issue on how we, as political leaders, conduct ourselves at funerals. Funerals are sad and painful occasions for families where they need utmost peace to grieve. Are they really the occasions to settle political scores with other leaders or to demonstrate political might at the expense of grieving families, visitors, and scattering mourners? Should funerals not be just the occasion for leaders to wish families well in their painful circumstances? Is humility not a core of service to the people? Mr. Speaker, is our habit of moving with great and rowdy crowds in our families and disturbing crowds in funerals and disturbing families and the public in general, is it in order? Mr. Speaker, is it not possible that our standing orders may even look at our conduct in public, particularly where there are serious interference to public order? Mr. Speaker, I leave all these questions in the minds of us leaders here for a serious debate now or in the future. But above all, Mr. Speaker, I particularly rose to thank this House, thank you, and thank you all my colleagues for the support you showed when I lost my father. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the whole House.
Thank you, Dr. Nyikal. Robert Mbui, you had requested to raise something, or is over?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 83. And this is, Mr. Speaker,
Order members, can you disband those kamkunjis?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on Standing Order 83, and this is on orderly conduct of debate in the House. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 83 allows members to raise on points of order when another member is making contribution. And ideally, Mr.
you are
Speaker,
out of order. Who are you menacing? Take your seats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Standing Order 83 basically deals with a point of order can be raised at any point when a member is on their floor contributing. And this is on any motion or any debate. But Mr. Speaker, we have noted that many times members are interrupted when they are raising their concerns or when they're debating on very frivolous points of order. Mr. Speaker, the standing orders are clear. The matters upon which a member can be interrupted. It could be probably they're being irrelevant, maybe they're being asked to substantiate something. But Mr. Speaker, many times members stand up on points of order, but they don't even mention what point of order and proceed to actually execute their own debates. So Mr. Speaker, my concern is, how do we handle this so that members can get an opportunity to debate, this being a debating chamber? Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to point out the Standing Order number 97, which, Mr. Speaker, deals with the limitation of debate, the amount of time that a member is given to be able to execute their discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, when another member rises on a point of order and you are on the floor and you have a maximum of 5 minutes, does that mean that if that other member spends 5 minutes on frivolous points of order, that 5 minutes is taken out of the member who is on the floor. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted you to give us direction so that as we organize ourselves to debate, we know how to do it in an orderly manner so that members don't take advantage of the standing orders, which are very clear, and try and attempt to circumvent debate in the floor of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Robert Mbui. I've heard you. The rules of the House are very clear. If a member is on the floor and you are debating something and you embark on a misadventure that is irrelevant to what is on the floor, you attract interventions and interruptions from your colleagues. When they do so, you will not be spared by being given added time. But whoever is in the chair, if the points of order are evidently frivolous, as you put it, or calculated at wasting your time to pursue your points, the chair has a discretion to give the member on the floor additional time and even to curtail frivolous points of order. Because if you look at the standing orders, a member who consistently and persistently stands on frivolous points of order can be ruled to be out of order and grossly disorderly in his conduct. So this decorum should be observed. But I've always also told you that the cant and banter of debate is such that we are not in a church where the priest's homily is not interfered with. We are in a house of debate. And sometimes interventions and interjections and cross-floor speeches also liven the House. But we will not encourage members who deliberately interrupt others on a manner that is inconsistent with the subject on the floor. The chair will always give you additional time. And I'll speak to my team, from the Deputy Speaker to my panelists, to ensure that that is done. Yes, Milemba?
This is not frivolous. But the honorable member who has stood on that point of order, we had a chance of this parliament sponsoring us to both the Westminster and Australia. And he was there when we witnessed the type of debate that goes on in the Westminster Parliament. And it's thorough, it is investigative, and guys, people come with real facts and points. And therefore, it's very unfortunate that he wants now to take us back to the boring debates where you cannot be challenged if you're not having the real facts quickly. I would really advise that, and when we came out of the place, Honorable Speaker, we agreed that even those of us in the panel under you must allow debate and facts and challenges. I want to remind Honorable Mbui.
Honorable Milemba, you are saying what I've just said. So you are irrelevant. That is exactly what I said. That when you are in the chair, this is not a church where the priest's homily is not interfered with. This is a house of debate. And if somebody is irrelevant, he will attract the wrath of his colleagues. If somebody is raising good points, I remember when I was in the House of Senate, I would finish my speech of 1 hour and members would demand that I be given extra time to carry on with the debate. Because you are speaking relevantly and educating your colleagues on issues before the House. But if you stand here and you start attacking your DO, who is not a member of, who is not a subject of debate in this House, certainly will attract other members to tell you off. Next order. But thank you for raising that, Robert. We want to have quality debate and members to be given time to debate matters meaningfully. Yes, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I largely do agree with you, and I think probably what the honorable member is referring to was last week when Honorable Ndindi Nyoro was being taken on by several members. Mr. Speaker, I think that was one of the most lively moments in the House. This is not a funeral, Mr. Speaker. And I even told Honorable Ndidi that he's actually learned the art of opposition very, very well. It's just that we shouldn't personalize issues too much and, take things too much to heart, but raise our issues of concern in a manner that also makes the House lively. It's not a do or die, Mr. Speaker. So I think let us also, we used to call it in the other House comedy hour, but there's many serious things that are said in jest. So we can say our serious issues in jest. I think let's not make this House, and I think you should not be worried because you did a good job even when you're sitting as Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I can tell you, Honorable Millie and others, that it is perfectly in order to challenge a member and ask him or her, when was your soul moment? When did you transform from Saul to Paul? This is part of debate in the House, and I would not see anything wrong with that. If you somersault like a chameleon in your debate in the House, you attract your colleagues to challenge you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2025, second reading. Question to be put.
Rindikiri, take your seats. Honorable members, will now put the question at order number 8, which is the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2025, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Sorry. Go ahead.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report on public petition number 21 of 2026 regarding access to health care by cancer patients in the country. Mover to reply.
Nikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to reply to the motion for the adoption of the report of the public petition number 21 of 2025 regarding access to the health care in cancer patients in the country. Honored Speaker, at the onset, I wish to sincerely thank all honorable members who have contributed to this motion and shared valuable insights on the challenges facing cancer patients and their families across the country. As Speaker, cancer remains one of the leading causes of morbidity and mortality in Kenya and continue to impose immense social and emotional financial burdens on the affected household. The issue raised by the petitioners therefore touch on matters of great national concern. In considering the petition, the committee engaged relevant stakeholders, including Ministry of Health, the Social Health Authority, healthcare professional, patient advocacy groups. The committee carefully examined the systemic challenges affecting access to cancer, including inadequate screening and for early detection, unequal contribution of oncology facilities across the country, shortages of specialized healthcare personnel, high costs of diagnosis, treatment, and supportive care, delays in accessing treatment services, limited public awareness on cancer prevention, management, and financial hardships faced by patients. Mr. Speaker, honorable members who contributed to this motion rightly emphasized the need to strengthen preventive health care and screening. The committee agrees that early detection is really the answer, and I think that is part of the recommendations we have. The committee further notes that the concerns raised regarding the concentration of special cancer units in few centers, and members express the need to have cancer facilities and cancer centers in various places, parts of the country, equally distributed, to actually avoid long distance travels and associated expenses. The committee also appreciates the concerns raised in affordability of treatment. Despite ongoing reforms in the health sector, many cancer patients continue to incur significant out-of-pocket expenses. And Mr. Speaker, the members noted, and rightly so, that the benefit package we have for cancer patients now is low, and we recommended that this be increased from 450,000 per year to 800. And Mr. Speaker, I can actually report that that has been acted on, and it is in the report of the committee. Additionally, members highlight the importance of investing in human resource. The committee concurs that increasing number of oncologists and oncology nurses is extremely important. And Mr. Speaker, the committee's recommendations are intended to support ongoing efforts and of the government and other stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, we also noted, and members also rightly noted, that there may be need to actually amend some laws, particularly in relation to SHA. And one of the issues that came about is that SHA is not performing because many patients with cancer actually enroll and get treatment at the same time. So there's need to look at some waiting period. And Mr. Speaker, the committee has actually made proposals on the laws that need to be reviewed. That is part and parcel of this report. Mr. Speaker, if we pass this report as it is, then the next move is to get those proposed amendments in place to try and improve the services for cancer patients and all patients in our country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Professor, take your seat, the nearest. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of public petition number 21 of 2025 regarding access to health care by cancer patients in the country, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 8th April 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, on the next order, once it's called, the House Business Committee directed that due to the continuing influx of proposed amendments to the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023, that bill will be stayed for committee consideration to next week. So when we go to committee, as we will right away, we will only deal with the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025. Members, can you call out the next order?
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Will you be upstanding, honorable members?
Honorable members, this is the Committee of the Whole House on the Fisheries Management, Quality Health Care and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025. The Majority Leader, the sponsor of the bill. Honorable Owen. Okay, let's proceed.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
I propose the question that clause 3 to clause number 17 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 3 to 17 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Order, honorable members. Honorable Bowen. Majority, help me, leader, help me get the attention of the House. Order, honorable members. Members are not even concentrating, so nobody's responding to the ayes have it. Could you disband that Kamkunji? Thank you. Okay, let me repeat that. I propose a question that clause 3 to clause number 17 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 3 to clause number 17 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose. Does it have an amendment? Yes. I propose the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Mover? Chair Health?
Chair, I move that clause 18 of the bill be amended as in the order paper by inserting the words on recommendation of the Director General immediately after the words Cabinet Secretary. The justification here being the Director General needs to perform the role of developing scope of practice. That is actually what he should. So although officially it will be under the hands of the Cabinet Secretary, but with the in consultation with the Director General.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed. May I put the question? I now put the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 18 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 19, 20, 21, and 22.
I propose the question that clause 19 to 22 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 19 to 22 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I now propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Mover?
Chair, I propose that clause 23 be amended as in the order paper by inserting the words for their employees immediately after the word training. Basically, it is talking about the training of employees of health facilities, but it was not clear who was being trained. So if we insert the word, the training of their employees, it becomes more specific.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 24, 25, and 26.
I now propose the question that clause 24 to 26 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 24 to clause 26 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yes, your point? Yes, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe I was a bit distracted, but are we on 27 or 26?
We are on 24 to 26.
Oh, sorry then.
Okay.
Thank you.
I now put the question that clause 24 to 26 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I now propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Mover?
Beg to move that clause 27 be amended as in the order paper, and we actually deleting J, and this was saying what the authority does, and so when it comes to inspection, if this was done, then subsequently we would remove it from other regulatory authorities. However, the other regulatory authority would still need to inspect, but for the purposes of internship training. So this was removing that, and now we are restating it so that they can continue to inspect, but basically for training of interns. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Millie. Let me propose the question, then I'll give you time to debate it. I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed. Okay, Honorable Millie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just need clarification from the Chair of Health, because their proposed amendment is actually to delete J, and he has not quite given a good reason for deleting J, because from what the clause 27 says is the function of the authority shall be to inspect and accredit health facilities for purposes of internship and training. I don't know why they think they should not be doing that, unless I misunderstood this amendment.
Chair, you may clarify.
Explanation is that if we establish this authority, it is dealing with facilities, management of facilities. We still have other regulatory authorities that are dealing with the issues of internship and training. So if we then have this in both facilities, then of course there'll be a conflict. So the issue here, if it's removed here, then it now resorts to the regulatory authorities that deal with training and internship.
Yes, Honorable Millie, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would want to persuade the Chair of the committee otherwise, because even though there are many regulatory authorities that are dealing with training, but it's general training on health matters, but this is specifically on healthcare and patient safety. So it's really very specific. It's not generally about, medical care. And Chair, because this is really, really a good bill, especially for those of us who are concerned about human rights, and because we are focusing specifically on the healthcare of patients, then we are looking at an authority that is looking at training that is tailored specifically to that. So I don't know, I'm requesting the Chair if he could reconsider that, because this is a very specialized training.
Yes, Honorable Makale Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe in addition to what Millie is saying, instead of deleting, maybe you can qualify that J by indicating that that training is specific to the safety issues. And that will still sort out the issue.
Okay, Chair.
Chair, if you look, it is about facilities. Like when you go to D, you will see enforce compliance with quality of health care, inspect health facilities for compliance with the quality of health standards. And so what we are really doing here, let me try to explain it further. We are creating this authority, and what this authority is going to do is actually look at the quality of care in facilities. So when it is inspecting, it's inspecting in terms of delivery of services. Now, there are other regulatory authorities like in this, like the Medical Practitioner Dentist Council, the Nursing Council, the Clinical Officers Council. They are particularly for training. So their role is to go and visit those facilities if those facilities are good for training. Facilities may be adequate for offering services, but they may not be adequate for training. Now, what they were trying to avoid is where you have somebody then can say, but I can also qualify this facility for training, but another one says, I don't qualify this facility for training. So we thought, make it very clear, because if you're talking of service provision, the quality of care and so on, that is taken up in all if you look at all the other parts, it dealt with that. So this one of training, particularly internship training, is specific, and we don't want it to be actually be done by more than one authority at the same time. So that is why actually it is being removed from there.
Honorable Millie, are you satisfied now? Because it seems there'd be a conflict on different accreditations.
Madam Chair, I'm not convinced because actually using the same argument, you see other clauses in the same clause that does not just talk about infrastructure. You also have, I can give him, for example, it talks about G is establish and implement a system of accreditation of health facilities for quality of healthcare. So it's not just about the infrastructure. However, maybe to move us forward, and maybe, Chair, perhaps I would dare say, because I am an expert in mainstreaming human rights, and one of the challenges that we normally face when you are mainstreaming human rights is that when you put them overally in other broader categories, they disappear. And that is why, for instance, that you have a very specific bill on the rights of patients. Otherwise, the Healthcare Act already has, the Health Act already has a section on the rights of patients. But maybe to move us forward, let's go, but there is really no harm leaving it there so that you have a very specific body dealing with rights, training. Maybe just as Honorable Makali Mulu has said, that perhaps we could have qualified it to say that that the training is specific on human rights or rather on the rights of patients. But maybe to let us forward, I can let it pass.
Let it pass. Okay, thank you, Honorable Millie, for being gracious. So, where is it? I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I now propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I now propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Mover? Chairperson Health?
Chair, I beg to move that clause 29 be amended as in the order paper, and starting with one, inserting the words in the health sector, immediately the words in paragraph F, and if you go into paragraph F, what you are finding in paragraph F is when you are dealing with the experience, you want experience of this person appointed to be in relation to the health sector. So that is why that other word is being inserted. And if you move into 2, when we are talking of to represent, then we are talking, this talking of nominated by, we are looking at if there people are represented and the appointment is done by the cabinet secretary, that representation is actually lost. So it is normally better that the group that is being represented is nominated. The person who is representing is being nominated by the group they are representing, but then of course is appointed by the cabinet secretary. And the other one is the word public appearing in that consumer bodies. We want representation of the consumer bodies so that you don't just have health people that are being in the board, but you want the consumers also be represented. Then also inserting a new paragraph, representative of statutory regulatory bodies appointed by the cabinet secretary. As I indicated, these regulatory statutory bodies are now being removed from regulating facilities and being left to regulate basically the personnel, the professionals. But it is still important that they have a say in what actually is happening. So let's give an example. You will not expect surgeons now to be the ones that are inspecting and saying maternities should be this way or theaters should be this way. It is being done by this body, but it's important that they have a representation when the process is going on so they can make an input.
Okay, thank you. I now propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. Yes, I'll have Honorable Muli and then after that, Honorable Millie.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Even as I support these amendments, I'm looking at H and HA. I think from a drafting perspective, Honorable Chair, HA should have also been drafted the same way as done H, where the statutory regulatory bodies nominate and then that person is appointed by the cabinet secretary. That makes it clear. Otherwise, the cabinet secretary can just go out there, appoint one of them and say it's a representative. So I would imagine in terms of drafting, we could just say a person nominated by the regulatory bodies and then appointed by the permanent secretary. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Millie, let Honorable Millie speak, and then you can respond to both.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I do support, and I think the proposed amendments by the Chair are actually strengthening the voice, especially if you are talking about patients' rights. It's just unfortunate that, you know, because I think of Mwongozo that we have to limit. Otherwise, I would have preferred that we even have a stronger voice. Chair, because I think I was dealing a lot with the fisheries management bill, I was not able to bring my amendments, but I would have actually inputted that the persons who are appointed under I think, should be persons, consideration should be given to gender, age, and regional representation. I think that should always be a standard provision as provided in our constitution. But otherwise, I support.
Okay, yes, Chairperson?
I just say that I actually do agree with the comment of Honorable Makali, and if in just terms of formatting it, you can say nominated by, and then by the regulatory authority and appointed by the cabinet secretary. I have no problem with that. Okay. And then, okay, then we can do as a further amendment that that is under HA, a representative of statutory regulatory bodies appointed by the bodies, nominated by the bodies and appointed by the cabinet secretary. I think that, yeah, this does it. A person nominated by statutory bodies and appointed by the cabinet secretary.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to sign it or is adequate?
It's okay, it's on the hand side.
Yeah.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 29 be further amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 29 be further amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 29 is as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I now propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Mover?
I propose that clause 30 be amended as in the order paper. And basically what we are doing is when people qualification to be appointed as the chairperson of the board, and we are talking of a health-related field, and that is actually very broad and not specific, and therefore we are substituting the words health sciences. That makes it more specific. And the chairperson under C, deleting C and substituting for the following, has professional practice, knowledge, and experience at least 10 years. What we are doing is reducing for 15 years, which is actually long. If you give such long experiences, quite often you don't actually get people. It excludes, it tends to be exclusive. And under D, again, serving in a position of 10 years, again, we are saying that is also a bit exclusive, and so we put 5 and just reduce what is required. So the 5 years for senior manager level is ideal for appointment of the person if you have put the others in place. And again, healthcare sciences as above, that is just making sure that we have the specific field. Thank you, Chair.
I now propose the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. I now put the question, yes? Okay, let's Honorable Oundo, then Honorable Millie, and then Honorable Makali.
Chair, as much as I wish and I support the amendments, but there seems to be a bit of a contradiction that the chair need to become very clear. Under clause C, we talk about professional practice, knowledge, and experience of at least 10 years. Yet when we come to D, is now for management for 5 years. So we need to be very clear, because yes, you have that 10 years. Does it mean in effect, in totality, you need almost 15 years? In effect. That's the constructive way to look at it. Because first of all, you need 10 years in practice, which might not be at senior level, because you will not be appointed at senior level if you don't have the requisite experience. Just that clarification will help much for people to understand.
Yes, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, my apologies that I know we need to move very quickly, but those of us who do a lot of mainstreaming work, we look at the interest of different sectors. So I just want to support this, especially on the reduction of age, because it takes in the interest of young people. I support.
Okay, Honorable Makali. Let Honorable Makali speak, and then you can respond to all three.
Okay, thank you. What I wanted to say is that even as I agree with this amendment, for me, I think the chairperson of the board might not necessarily be a healthcare worker, because that's basically chair. I've actually sat in boards where the chair even Swahili lecturers, and they have done very well. I would remind the secretary being a health-related person, but the chairperson of our board, we should leave that open to somebody who can really move the board to do their work effectively. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Chair.
For Honorable Undo, it not need necessarily be actually 15. It might actually be it could actually be 10, because if it's those 10 years, you have also had the professional experience, then the other 5 years come in. So actually the maximum would then probably be 15, but it could be as low as 10. And then for Honorable, for Honorable Makali, if you look at professional practice, knowledge and experience, it's at least 10 years in health governance, leadership, health administration, or even public policy. It has been made broad enough. It has not been restricted to health, technically health people.
Okay. I now put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 31, 32, 33, and 34.
I now propose the question that clause 31 to 34 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 34 to clause 31 to clause 34 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I now propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Mover?
I propose that the bill be amended as in the order paper, and basically what we are doing here is, once again, when saying health-related field, that is rather broad, and we need to be more specific. Healthcare sciences. Now, healthcare sciences is also broad, but brings all the health professionals in. Related field may actually may actually be far off. So we think that healthcare gives a better field than health-related field. So it's basically as we had in other argument.
Okay, thank you. I now propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I now propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
Okay, I now propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Mover?
Chair, I propose that clause 37 be amended as in the order paper, and the justification is this: as it is now, it just states the corporation secretary shall be the secretary to the board, and leaves it at that. What is being done is now the corporation secretary shall be secretary to the board, and you are giving actually the mandate. So it's giving a lot more detail on what the corporation secretary will do.
Okay, I now propose the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. Yes, Honorable Ounda.
Chair, while I welcome the broader part of that clause 3, I just want to seek the wisdom of the chair, because if you look at clause 29, the chief executive officer is a member of the board. Now, when you come to the amendments provided here, it says transmit the decisions and resolutions of the board to the chief executive officer for execution, implementation, and other relevant action. So you know it beats logic. If the chief executive officer sits there, obviously must be taking part and parcel of the deliberation and must have known what directions to be given. Now, if you ask the corporation secretary to again now give direction to the chief executive officer, are we not usurping the role of the board? Second, Honorable Speaker, and we also need to also provide some wisdom or clarity, is also on F. Provide guidance to the board on its duties and responsibilities on matters relating to governance. I do believe anybody who sits on the board must have been adequately trained or capacity built to understand the tenets of corporate governance. Is we giving now a situation where the corporation secretary now actually starts directing the board. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question. Does the chairperson want to clarify?
Yes. We did discuss that quite a bit. Transmitting the decisions and resolutions. Basically, if you look, what he does is actually he takes minutes, so that as much as the officer is also in the meeting, but the actual minutes and the resolutions as written down the meeting, then goes to this in the hands of the corporation secretary. And then if you look at F, provide legal advice to the board, provide guidance to the board on its duties and responsibilities matters relating to governance. It goes with E, where it's providing legal advice. And I think this comes from a mwongozo that actually says all our corporations should have a corporation secretary. The committee's understanding of this is that if you're providing legal guidance, it means even during meetings, when decisions are being made, it is your duty to say, yes, board members, you can do this, but if we go this way, we'll have this problem, go this way, we'll have problem. If you've been in this many of these governance meetings, that normally becomes very necessary. As boards are making decisions, there's somebody who looks at the letters of the law. To some extent, in my view, the way we have legal officers in our committees, so that they guide you until you go that way, you may be not within the law. That is the understanding of the committee on this amendment.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty much standard practice, actually.
Okay.
Are you satisfied, Honorable Ounda?
That explanation, I'll let it go, but I just want to tell you, you have made a corporation secretary a little more powerful, and it will cause discomfort to the CEO, but time will tell.
But surely we can't deal with insecurities of a CEO in the legislation. Thank you. I now put the question that clause 38 to 48, I now put the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 37 as amended be part of the bill? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48.
I now propose the question that clauses 38 to 48 has read be part of the bill. I now put the question that the clauses for 38 to 48 as read out be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56.
I now propose the question that clauses 49 to 56 as read out be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 49 to 56 as read be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
I now propose the question that clause 57 be part of the bill. Mover?
Chair, I wish to propose that clause 57 be amended as in the order paper by inserting in subclause 2, sub A, AA, appoint quality assessors to conduct the accreditation of health facilities. What we're doing here, Chair, is A, ensures that the authority is being given the mandate to ensure that the accredited health facilities comply with the quality of healthcare standards. So what we are doing is actually giving them the power to appoint these officers who will actually do that work, because otherwise it would be hanging. Thank you.
Okay, I now propose the question. I now propose the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed. Yes, Honorable Ounda.
Chair, probably would need to let us know what will be the qualifications of quality assessors so that we do not have, and what are the moral requirements, integrity requirements, ethics requirements of the assessors, so that we know the assessment report provided is for the good and benefit of the healthcare system in this country.
Honorable Zamzam, member for Mombasa.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi katika hili naona niunge mkono kwa sababu kuna wengi wamefungua facilities hawana qualification. Unapata mtu amefungua pengine facility ya kutibu wendawazimu, mwenyewe hana madaktari wa kutosha, mwenyewe haelewi, hajasomea, hana credential na anaran, wakati ambapo serikali upande mwingine pia imeweka budget ya kuweza kuangalia watu kama hao. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Chair, mimi naweza kuunga mkono. Asante.
Thank you.
Chair, what has been raised by Honorable Ounda is actually important. But if you look at the work these people do, there are so varied areas of work that probably it would be a lot more, it would be too much details in the legislation. I think that should come in regulations on when they are setting up the appointment of those people. And that their moral issues, their qualifications, this is what now you leave to the board, looking at what they intend them to do, because there are very many areas of assessment that will be involved.
Yes, and the assumption is that someone will always have their own job description.
Yes.
Yeah. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 57 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and 70.
I now propose the question that clauses 58 to 70 as read out be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 58 to to 70 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82.
I now propose the question that clauses 71 to 82 as read out be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 71 to 82 as read be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 83.
I now propose the question that clause 83 be part of the bill. Mover?
Chair, I beg to move that clause 83 be amended as in the order paper, and A, by deleting the word any other written law, and the issue that we are removing that any other written law is because of I said this tribunal is actually dealing with health facilities and operations in the health facilities. There are other regulatory bodies that also deal with that. And if you then say any other written law, again, as you had argued earlier, you will have a conflict with all the other regulatory authorities, because then this authority will, this tribunal will then also be dealing with what they deal with. So that is why we were doing that. And in B, by deleting subclause 2, that the tribunal shall be a successor of the dispute resolution established under section 44 of the the Social Health Insurance Act. Why we need to remove that? This is we are dealing with facilities. So this tribunal is dealing with issues that relating to quality of care in the facilities, quality of care to a large extent, facilities, equipment, and things like that. Now, the tribunal, which is set up under the under SHA, is actually dealing with financial issues, and that is actually an insurance issue, and so it will be dealing with finances, and therefore, if you then remove it because of this, then you are really extending the function of this tribunal way beyond what it should do in the area of actually insurance. And I think it will not only have a problem with SHA, it could even have a problem with other insurance issues. So that is why we said we are limiting it just to that. And then in D, that is in subclause 4.
Yeah, on that one, I don't think there's any argument. I think there's no disagreement on that one.
Okay, so fine. So it's amended as is in the order paper.
Thank you. Okay.
It suffices.
I now propose the question that clause 83 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 83 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 83 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 84.
I propose the question that clause 84 be part of the bill. Chair?
I propose to move that the clause 84 be amended as in the order paper. And again, we are just removing the word as in any other act for the same reason that there are other acts that deal with matters of health that are not just facilities. So if we leave that one, then we again have a conflict with the other acts. And between health facilities and again, basically that's the same. That's the justification.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 84 be amended as proposed. Yes, Honorable Millie and Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair wish to support this amendment, even though the chairman of the committee has not spoken to the second one, which is a very good amendment because they're deleting the words between health facilities, patients, healthcare providers, and regulatory bodies, when this bill is really about patients and health facilities. But I would want to just encourage the chair to internalize putting the patients first, because it's about patients, even though it's patients and health facilities, but the issue is about the rights of patients. And the chair, the reason why I'm saying this is some of us have actually been victims. And even though I'm a lawyer and I let this go, because sometimes the legal process is too protracted. When you have a very specific tribunal that deals with the rights of patients, then it means even our healthcare facilities will be, a bit more sensitive. We have too many women who are dying because of careless services, and because of this, at least our health facilities shall be better guided in dealing with our patients. I do support.
Yes, Honorable Oundo.
Chair, and that this lawmaking process also becomes a learning process. Chair, Dr. Nyikal, probably we need to also let us understand the connection between the health facilities and the medics. Because I know for sure there is another system or mechanism where you can have a redress when a medic, be it a doctor or what, has probably accused of professional negligence. So just try to clear that gray area between the health facility, because health facilities are manned by medics. So just clear that air so the Kenyans who are learning like me can understand.
Okay. Okay, yes, I'll give you an opportunity while then, Chair, you'll respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think most of my concerns are based on the issue. Most of the time, we don't have the issue with the facilities, but the people who are dealing the medics are the problem. So I think we also need to be very sensitive more on the personnel than of the facility itself.
I think for personnel already, there is a medical dentists and practitioners board that deal with disciplinary issues or negligence or misconduct. So already the medics are taken care of. Is that the case?
I can add to that. That actually is the essence of this bill as a whole, that there's been that the people who are dealing with the personnel are also dealing with the facilities, so that there is a gray area. So what is this bill is doing is actually saying, when you are going to regulate the personnel, the professionals, there are professional bodies that regulate them. But those professional bodies have also, like the Medical Dentists Council, have been trying to also look at what the facilities are in relation to patient safety. Are the equipments okay? Are the buildings okay? The number of staff that is there, is it okay? So, which if you look at carefully, will not be the mandate of, say, a surgeon. He wants to go and he gets things done. But whether the ward is okay, how the ward is done, he has a say on that. And many times things will go wrong because the professional is okay. If again I use the surgeon, the professional is okay, but the equipment and the facilities that is being used is not okay. And therefore, you get lost when things go wrong. Now, it will be quite possible here now that you can make a very clear distinction so that this authority will actually be more keen on how the facilities that are used on patients, the equipment that are used on patients, how Are they in good order? Are they adequate? The number of say, nurses. You can do good surgery, but if you have very few nurses following up the patient after surgery, things will go wrong. The patient may bleed because there are not enough nurses and they didn't know the patient was. The surgeon has done his work and gone. So the fact that the numbers of the staff that required are less is actually a patient safety issue more than the professional skill of the person who is looking after the patient. So this bill is looking at that. I don't know whether I'm making sense to Honorable Oundo, but that is the essence of this bill.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 84 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 84 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, and 98.
I now propose the question that clauses 85 to 98 as read be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 85 to 98 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 99.
I now propose the question that clause 99 be part of the bill. Mover?
Let me just look at it. 99, person who. Yes. Chair, before they said the Medical Practitioner Dentist Council, for example, was dealing with those issue of personnel, the professional qualification, and so on. At the same time, they were dealing with issues of facilities. So amongst their staff, there were people who were actually dealing with facilities. Now, if that now is removed from them, then some people will be declared redundant because that work is not. And so what this thing is doing, this clause, is saving their jobs so that they'll automatically move to the authority that is now dealing with the facilities. And that's the essence of that amendment.
Honorable members? Yes, Honorable Oundo? Let me propose a question first. I propose the question that clause 99 be amended as proposed. Yes, Honorable Oundo?
Yeah, in the standard practice, in the event of transition, and just like we did from transiting from NHIF to SHA, we subjected the staff who are moving to some suitability test. Here's just a blanket of approval. Could the chair probably not now consider that for you to move, you must be subjected to some kind of suitability test to avoid just carrying everybody through to the new authority? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Well, this amendment actually just taken to that, but that is actually a reasonable thing. But our experience with the transition from NHF to SHA has actually indicated that's more of a problem. So I think if we leave it, these are not many. So I think when they are transiting them, they will look at those issues. The only thing that this bill has looked at is if there are disciplinary matters that are pending on them, then they don't have that smooth transfer. But this does not subject them to that. But I presume when a new body comes and they take you in, your performance will carry you out, or they'll say you are not performing, and they'll deal with you. And I don't think it's large numbers. They are not that many.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think one issue with Nikal is that he was born to be a teacher, not a medic, because he's very smart on explaining. And according to me, if I read this inserting doing this amendment, I think to me it is making a lot of sense, because I know it also avoid many confusions in terms of transition. So I support the change.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 99 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 99 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, and 113.
I now propose the question that clause 100 to 113 as read out be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 100 to 113 as read be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Honorable members, let us allow us to read clause 100 again.
Clause 100.
I propose the question that clause 100 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 100 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
First schedule.
I now propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. I now put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Oh, let me retake that. I now propose the question that the first schedule be the schedule of the bill. Be the first schedule of the bill. I now put the question that the first schedule be the first schedule of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I now propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. Okay, mover.
Support. Now, basically, what the schedule is doing is amending some of the acts, the regulatory authorities that we are talking about. So when we amend this and do as we are doing here, then we are reverting to the old to the other acts. So like the same amendment of Section 2 of Cap 241 by deleting Health Act as amended by the definition. So what we are doing is therefore we are deleting paragraph A, which was amending it. So that means the definition of healthcare provider is more comprehensive in the Health Act. That is the essence, so that when we delete this, we revert to the Health Act.
Yeah. I now propose the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed. Yes.
Chair, me and Dr. Nyekal have been here since the last term, and one of the issues we used to have challenges with is what we call omnibus bill. Indeed, this schedule of amendments totally amounts to omnibus bill, and unfortunately, when you go for public participations, many Kenyans don't pay attention to those consequential amendments. I trust and I believe you have applied your mind thoroughly. Nothing mischievous has been sneaked into this omnibus bill. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I now put the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the second schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I now propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I now propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the committee of the House. Okay, mover, you can move reporting. Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Quality, Health and Patient Safety National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025 and its approval thereof. With amendments or without? With amendments. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Quality, Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr.
Chairperson. Deputy Speaker. Chairperson, proceed to report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Quality, Health, Care and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee of this committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable Nyikal to second the motion of agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Very well. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will ask members of that opinion say aye. Will ask members of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, be now read as a third time. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say a few things. This is one of those very fundamental pieces of legislation, Honorable Speaker, that this 13th House will be remembered for. Patient health, quality health care are fundamentals. This country has for many years tried to provide health care. And we have done that. Universal health care has come in, but there are certain things, certain fundamentals, Honorable Speaker, that have not been infused, and that one of them is quality. Today, we are not just talking about health care, we are talking about quality health care. And that's how fundamental this bill is, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I celebrate this milestone with members of the health fraternity and Kenyans at large. Another important thing, Honorable Speaker, that bill brings into fore, Honorable Speaker, is patient safety. Many times, we have had patients, Honorable Speaker, who have been mismanaged at hospitals. A lot of patients have been mismanaged at hospitals. Individual doctors, individual healthcare workers have mismanaged patients. But these patients have never had a recourse. Because every time they want to go, they will go to the associations. These associations are actually manned by peers of those doctors, and therefore you don't get justice, Honorable Speaker. Because when you go, actually they do what lawyers would do, forum shopping. They don't want to appear under the dentist board, they want to appear in the Kenya Medical Practitioners Board, or they want to appear in this. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, justice gets miscarried in the process, especially for patients, and therefore patient safety has become an issue. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak about a case of my house girl here in Nairobi. She went to hospital. The healthcare practitioner there injected her the wrong way. She was a healthy woman walking very well. Today, she has a limp, walking in a limp, and we tried to follow up that matter, and we were taken from one corner to the next, to the next. Now, she's a disabled person. She can't walk when the weather is like this, because a doctor, a person who in a hospital, a public hospital, actually did the wrong thing. And this lady, because of her background, could not get recourse. Even when I intervened, Honorable Speaker, she could not get recourse, or she could not get justice for a misadventure that was carried by a health practitioner, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill anchors patient safety into it, so that these doctors now know that there is a body that is there to look at what they're, to oversight what they're doing. And if they don't do the right thing, there's a place that the common mwananchi can actually go and say, this was not done properly and I want justice because I was mistreated by this doctor or that doctor. And that's how fundamental this bill is, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I want to thank the Health Committee. I want to thank everyone that has participated, Honorable Speaker, to midwife this very important piece of legislation for the just government of the people of Kenya. I thank you. And therefore, I want to request the Honorable Nyikal to second.
No.
Let me
allow Zamzam seconds, and then we can allow the other members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important bill because in the care of people, the care of patients, there are two components. There is the personnel or the professionals who look after the patients. Then there's the facilities in which they work and the equipment with which they work. Now, what has happened before is that the same people that were the bodies that were regulating the professionals were also regulating the facilities. Therefore, the professionals were actually going into an area which is to a large extent more of management than professional work. So what this bill has done, Mr. Speaker, is now we look at, if we take a patient who comes, the doctor or the nurse has given what should be given, but the equipment that is being used to give that is faulty, or the doctor has done what they should do, but the equipment is faulty. The bed, just say something as simple as the bed itself, whether it should decline or not, is faulty. The building in which this is being done is faulty. The end is that the patient suffers. If one body is looking after it, then there is the confusion. Now we have split it so that you can say this was the error of the professional. This is the error of the facility. And if you look at in public facilities, you have a lot of facilities mainly, but public facilities, you have a lot of shortcomings and people make do. Let's make do with this. People improvise. But if you improvise, you also improvise quality. So if this bill, when this becomes an actor, now you look at those, we'll have somebody looking at that. But one thing I'll say, Mr. Speaker, that we have to, there are a lot of regulatory bodies that are dealing with the various cadres, and there is this interaction. So mine is, this will be a fairly complex act to put in place, and I would probably advise that we go about it. This is something that may require a lot of benchmarking with the countries where it has worked, so that we know how the two elements relate. It is desirable, but it will need patience and a lot of keenness in its implementation. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those, I second.
Honorable Zamzam. Oh, sorry. Honorable members, let me proceed to propose the question, which is that I propose the question, which is that the Quality Health and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025, be now read at that time. Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kupigia upatu bili iliyoletwa leo katika bunge na kupigwa msasa Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni bayana kuwa wagonjwa katika hospitali wamekuwa kipitia matatizo mengi sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na sababu kubwa ambayo unapata wagonjwa pengine wamepata mtihani huu ama ule ni kwa sababu tulikuwa hatuna mikakati mizuri kuhakikisha kuwa wagonjwa wanaangaliwa vizuri, vifaa vinavyotumika vya sawa, ile bodi inayoshughulika na hospitali, je, ina watu waliobobea waliosomea kazi hii Mheshimiwa Spika? Mheshimiwa Spika, imebainika wazi kama alivyosema ndugu yangu Owen Baya, wagonjwa wengi wamepata mtihani sana katika hospitali. Na hata utapata kuna wengine wanafungua hospitali, hawana mafunzo, hawajui, hawakusomea kazi ile Mheshimiwa Spika. Mtu pengine amesoma tu kidogo hajazama ndani Mheshimiwa Spika, ana experience, unapata amefungua pengine mental hospital, ana run mental hospital, mwenyewe hajui aweza kudeal vipi na mwende wazimu. Ndani pale unapata wazimu pia anachukua kamba anajinyonga. Yani kuna vitu ambavyo havijakaa sawa kwa sababu mtu ameamua tu kuamka asubuhi aone mimi naweza kufanya biashara fulani ya kutibu watu Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, tuliona juzi kwenye mtandao kuna mwanamke amelia sana. Ameenda pia kupewa dawa ya mtoto. Ile dawa ilikuwa si ya kuwekwa ndani ya macho Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini almuhudumu alimpa dawa kama akamwambia ni dawa ya macho, mtoto akapoteza macho akawa kipofu Mheshimiwa Spika. Huyu mama amelia na mtoto wake wala hakupata usaidizi. Kwa hiyo vitu ambavyo tunajaribu kuviweka sawa katika bunge hili Mheshimiwa Spika ni kuhakikisha huduma ya hospitali na wale wahudumu wanaangalia wagonjwa vizuri, na sheria inafuatwa mpaka mwisho kuhakikisha kuwa tumeweka vipengee vinavyogusa kila mahali ili kuweza kupiga msasa afya. Mheshimiwa Spika.
Okay.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante.
We did the second reading. Let's hear Honorable Mele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just congratulate the Committee of Health for coming up with this bill. This is really a bill that is really long overdue. And if you look at the bill, it says it's a quality health care and patient safety bill. And Mr. Speaker, it speaks to the protection of the rights of patients and the safety of patients. And Mr. Speaker, I'll not go to the issue of the number of children and women who are dying in our health facilities because of poor management of such cases. And that's why we have a very high infant and maternal mortality rate even in Kenya. And that's why even the President launched a program recently. Mr. Speaker, with this now, it will actually enable the country to have, respond to a monitoring framework, the human rights monitoring framework, that was set up by the UN Commission on Human Rights. And one of the indicators is on structural issues such as the establishment or enactment of laws. So this law goes a really long way in the realization of social and economic rights, which has been a challenge even for this country. So I'm really, really glad that we have this law, and we are hoping that this, together with other indicators, will enable us to protect and elongate the lives of our women and children. Thank you, and I congratulate the committee.
Finally on this, Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, as my colleagues have said, this is a monumental bill, a monumental act of Parliament, and we just hope and pray that it will work. Because the number of suffering patients go through, the number of neglect that patients suffer in many of these health facilities, both private and small public ones, has been a point of concern for many years. Honorable Speaker, in many of these county government hospitals, if you fall sick, for example, at 7 p.m. in the evening, you'll never find any medic in those places. They'll tell you the medic is away, come tomorrow. Disease cannot wait until tomorrow. But my concern, Honorable Speakers, has always been the case in this country, that we create an authority and we don't resource it adequately. Honorable Speaker, if you look at clause 87, they say the funds shall come monies appropriated by the National Assembly. With such a physical space, ranked physical space, I see you are just going to have a shell that might not be able to achieve the elaborate objectives of the bill as clearly set here. So I just want to challenge and ask my colleagues, members of Parliament, because Parliament that appropriates, nobody else appropriates. We must put this as priority number one. Oh, and please don't look at me, I want to make a statement. Probably we need to appropriate adequate funds, and where those funds can come from, Honorable Speaker, is to reduce the budget of State House so that we find this critical agency to make sure that we protect the rights of patients of this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Baya? And I think the Speaker had just told us about this earlier on.
Honorable Speaker, this is what you call unnecessary misadventure.
Yes.
Because he was proceeding on very well. Because what is State House? State House is a state, is government. It is the one that if you weaken the state, you weaken State House. You have weakened every part of the governance of the country. So State House needs to be strengthened, properly resourced, so that we have enough personnel and enough everything to make the right decisions for Kenya. So if you say that you want to remove the money from State House to take to health, so you weaken the central part so that you build the periphery, how then will the center hold? You know,
very well. Your point has
Honorable Oundo, please stick to the lane and speak. These side shows will not help you win the votes in Funyula.
Very well.
Thank you.
I still allowed you to have that point of order because it was just demonstrating very clearly what the Speaker had talked about earlier on. misadventure. Orero in 1 minute. Honorable Orero. This is not the second reading, members, so it's third reading.
Thank you,
so
Mr.
you don't need to
Speaker.
go to those many stories.
I want to first of all congratulate the committee about this quality healthcare and patient safety. In this country, and now as we speak, many Kenyans believe that we don't have quality healthcare. Our big hospitals do not have enough doctors to take care of our patients. And those who take care of the patients do not take their work seriously. I would wish that these bodies also have what is called quality assurance. That makes sure that the doctors, after qualifying, after a period of time, they are retooled because the diseases currently manifest themselves in different ways. And therefore, the current doctors must always be retooled to keep up with the manifestation of various diseases in this country. I want to say that this kind of bill is long overdue. It has been, the Kenyans have been waiting for it. We don't need to wait for the patients to appeal to bodies. Before they appeal, we need for them to have quality doctors and healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. You have done well towards the end. You know, this is not the second reading, so you don't go into the very fine details. What Honorable Millie did was a very good example of what it should be. Let's see Honorable Joshua Kimilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and congratulate the committee for the good job they did on this bill. This is a bill which will also protect our facilities, will also protect Kenyans, because now with such a bill like this one, Mr. Speaker, I know when our people will be going to the health facilities, they'll be getting the right attention, and they will get the quality care, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the chairman and the committee that we are in support of the bill. My worry is only that this bill came at the time when we have this issue of broad-based. And I know during implementation, Mr. Speaker, I wish we had some, I wish we are in those years whereby Kina Millie Odhiambo and the others were there to check the government, whereby we can make sure that there is no corruption. Because the problem is, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Honorable Millie, what's your point of order? Please take your seat. That's another level of misadventure. Proceed,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the honorable member in order in imputing, I don't even want to call it improper motive, but imputing ineffectiveness in my work by saying I do not check the government. I'm the one who raised even earlier the issue of students who died in Utumishi Academy.
Yeah, it's true.
And Mr. Speaker, even by the amendments are bringing in the Fish Management Act, I am checking the government. And even on the issues I've inputted in this bill, I am checking the government. Is it in order to impute improper motive and ineffectiveness on my part when I'm an excellent legislator who can oversight, legislate, represent, and do development work? Is it in order?
Truly, order, Honorable Kimilu. Honorable Millie is a very seasoned legislator here. And if you have to refer to her, maybe you will need a substantive motion. So please quickly proceed and withdraw those remarks and proceed.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Millie misquoted me, but I have no problem, Mr. Speaker, by saying that I really want to support this bill. And I say this bill will also help this country, Mr. Speaker. I also withdraw, but I want to request Millie to come and join Linda Mwananchi so that we can take care of the country, this country.
Honorable members, thank you. I think we have had a good of that side of it. And honorable members, I now proceed to put the question, which is that the Quality Health and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill, number 41 of 2025, be now read a third time. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an Act of Parliament to give effect to Article 43, 1A of the Constitution, to provide for the responsibility of the national and county governments in the realization of quality of healthcare for patients, to provide for the establishment, powers, and functions of the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Authority, registration, licensing, and accreditation of health facilities, to provide for the setting of standards for quality of healthcare and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, the Kenya Judiciary Academy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2025, second reading.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is another moment again, where we are actually putting in place groundbreaking legislation. This parliament will be known for this. Another groundbreaking, and I would like the Honorable Oundo to sit and listen to groundbreaking legislation. Yes, groundbreaking legislation. Honorable Speaker, and I beg to start from here. I beg to move the Kenya Judiciary Academy Bill 2025, National Assembly Bill number 42, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, that's why I call this bill groundbreaking, and I want to start from here. The bill is sponsored by the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs as received from the judiciary. The principal object of the bill is to give effect to Article 172, 1D of the Constitution by establishing the Kenya Judiciary Academy, KJA, which shall be the principal institution responsible for implementing and coordinating the continuing education and training of judges, judicial officers, and judicial staff. Honorable Speaker, I want to underline giving effect to Article 172, 1D. The Constitution of Kenya envisaged a situation where we needed a judiciary academy, Honorable Speaker. But this judiciary academy, Honorable Speaker, was established through a legal notice. We do not have proper legislation for it. And here we are, Honorable Speaker, as the 13th Parliament, Honorable Speaker, midwifing this very important academy. So that when the Honorable Millie Odhiambo once transits from Parliament and becomes a judge, we'll have a place where he can be properly trained. Millie Odhiambo is ripe to even become a Supreme Court judge at this level, Honorable Speaker. While considering the bill, the committee observed that currently the training of judges, judicial officers, and judicial staff is undertaken by the Kenya Judiciary Academy, formerly the Judiciary Training Institute, which was established and administratively in 2008 by the Chief Justice, retired Evans Gisheru, to provide judicial education and training for judges and magistrates. Honorable Speaker, the purpose of the establishment of the KJA as a body corporate to exercise the delegated function of training of judges and judicial officers. Honorable Speaker, this academy will be a body corporate. The KJA has perpetual succession with the capacity to enter into contracts, borrow and lend money, purchase or otherwise acquire, hold or dispose of movable or immovable properties, Honorable Speaker. Generally, the bill is delegating this function from JSC to train judges and judicial officers to the KJA. Section 14 of the Judicial Service Act allows the GSCS to delegate its functions as necessary for the day-to-day management of the judicial service to subcommittees or secretariat of GSS. Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the Judicial Service Commission does not lose its autonomy of performing its constitutional mandate of training judges and judicial officers, the bill proposes a raft of safeguards, such as having the chairperson of the board of directors of the academy appointed by the Judiciary Service Commission, and including the chief registrar of the judiciary as a member of the board of directors. Further, the bill provides that the registrar of the academy, who is the accounting officer and responsible for the day-to-day management of the academy, shall be appointed by the Judicial Service Commission. In addition, the organizational structure and staff establishment of the academy is recommended by the board with approval of the JSA, the Judicial Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, The committee has also proposed various amendments to the bill to ensure that the performance of this function of preparing and implementing the continuing education and training of judges and judicial officers remains within the ambit of the Judiciary Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, I just want to add a few things, Honorable Speaker. We cannot continue to anchor the critical, intellectual, and professional capacity of our judges and building of our third arm of government on a simple administrative legal notice. And that's why we need to have a law, Honorable Speaker. To transit from the law to a bill, Honorable Speaker, is very important. So that the training of the judges that hand out a lot of judgments, Honorable, that even affect this House, cannot just be by legal notice. Cannot just be a legal notice, Honorable Speaker. We need to establish it under an act of parliament. Honorable Speaker, the committee listened closely to the red flags raised by the National Treasury regarding potential fiscal strain. Honorable Speaker, the National Treasury rightfully demanded a lean, efficient institutional structure that does not create unnecessary heavy burden on the national taxpayer. And this is the difference, Honorable Speaker. This is the difference. This bill, Honorable Speaker, does not really put a lot of strain on the taxpayers because it has actually put a very lean body to manage the GST. You see, other bodies of government, Honorable Speaker, that we have put here are top heavy. They have a lot of financial implications. But what we have done, Honorable Speaker, in this bill, what the committee has rightfully done is actually to remove that because Treasury actually said we need to move from top heavy to lean institutions, corporate, in terms of corporate governance, Honorable Speaker, and I think this bill has taken care of that. By adopting the committee's amendments, we have eliminated any risks of financial duplication or independent and supervised spending by this committee. That's why the Judicial Service Commission will actually supervise this academy, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the amendments in Chapter 6 explicitly tie the leash of these academies directly to the Judicial Service Commission. Clause 5 has been structured to state clearly that the academy will perform its training and functions strictly on behalf of the commission, Honorable Speaker, so that, we do not have the academy very independent from the Judicial Service Commission such that now they veer off the mandate for which they have been established. Honorable Speaker, the committee took note of worries concerning management overlaps between the position of Director General and the Registrar, and they were harmonized, Honorable Speaker, so that the Registrar of the academy becomes officially the person that also is also the accounting officer, Honorable Speaker. Clause 11 has been firmly amended to clarify that the registrar is the singular head of staff and the functional accounting officer of the academy, Honorable Speaker, so that we have one person who is accountable. This bill does not expand the size of government. It simply formalizes, disciplines, and legally fortifies an existing institutional function, Honorable Speaker. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to end by saying this. When our judicial officers are properly trained, when our judicial officers are properly anchored into the law, practice, and traditions, Honorable Speaker, when our judicial officers, Honorable Speaker, are properly tooled, then justice, Honorable Speaker, will be properly served to Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. When we have a judicial system that is not properly retooled, is not always retrained, Honorable Speaker. Retraining and training takes a bigger component into the efficiency of institutions, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, by establishing and anchoring, as established in Article 172, 1D of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, we bring a new breath of life into the judiciary of this country, so that justice be our shield and defender. But that justice must be served by judicial officers and staff that are properly retooled, are properly trained, and are at the top level of their ability to dispense justice, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this is one of those earth-breaking, groundbreaking legislations that the 13th Parliament will be known for by establishing the the Kenya Judiciary Academy, Honorable Speaker. After having said all those many words, Honorable Speaker, I want to request the gentle lady, the beautiful legislator, to second me. Thank you.
Please proceed to move and then ask the Honorable to.
With those many words, Honorable Speaker, I move and request that the lady seconds. Thank you very much.
Proceed to second, Honorable, and you cannot go on a point of order when you are seconding. I don't know which one you'll take. I propose that you go for seconding.
Thank
and then
you,
you'll
Chair.
come
I
in.
just wanted to comment on what the Deputy Majority Leader said. There are so many beautiful ladies in the House, including my sister, Millie Odhiambo.
Order. Use the opportunity you have to second to say all those things. Proceed.
I am not the only one, Honorable Chair, and I will ask my Deputy Majority Leader to withdraw the statement. Thank you.
Order, give him the mic.
I've withdrawn.
Proceed to second.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Majority. A lot has been said about the bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to transform the existing judicial training institution into a legally recognized autonomous academy, while preserving the Judicial Service Commission constitutional authority and oversight over the education and the professional development of the judges and the judicial officers in this country. Honorable Speaker, therefore, this bill will improve the quality, the coordination, the sustainability of the judicial training in this country. With those few remarks, I will want to second Honorable Chair, and I urge all the members to support this one. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that the Kenya Judiciary Academy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable members, I wanted to give some direction before we go into the main debate. Unfortunately, I can see the chair budget is busy with other things. So maybe when you get ready, he will then inform me. So let's go into debate. Therefore, let me give this to, are you ready? I wanted the chair budget to proceed and table. So give the chair budget. Okay, Chair, just take your lull. We shall bring you later. Let's have Honorable Julius Sunkuli to speak on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I must at the outset say I support this bill, but during the committee stage, this bill needs to be amended considerably. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the title of the bill, the longer title, it says that this act is to give effect to Article 172 1D of the Constitution. Now, 172 1D simply says that the Judicial Service Commission shall take care of that the judges should be and judicial officers should be trained, and gives the duty of training these people to the Judicial Service Commission. So, in order for us not to be in conflict with the Constitution, you cannot give another body the powers to train if the Constitution says, I want the majority leader to hear, but he's again talking to the beautiful lady. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says that this power of training and organizing the training is to be given to JSC, the Judicial Service Commission. Now Parliament wants to give it to another organization. Now, this has to be amended, Mr. Speaker, so that we do not go in conflict with the Constitution. And the only way to do it is by making sure that the board of this new organized academy is only with the Judicial Service Commission. And that the Judicial Service, the Kenya Judicial Academy will have only powers to advise the JSC. But if you create another organization and take away the powers from JSC, it is going to be in conflict with the Constitution. So it has got to be amended. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, because a few weeks ago, the Judicial Service Commission appeared before the Committee on Delegated Legislation, where I sit. And they were going to create another organization to take care of the discipline of judges. And that organization was to be not the tribunal which is known under the law, but that once there is a complaint, then there is another organization to try the judge before they go to tribunal. We rejected that because if there is an attempt to take away the powers of the Judicial Service Commission through the back door, this House should not condone it. So I think that we will support and let the majority leader inform the Honorable Murungara and the judicials and JLAC that they need to sit down and we look at it properly and then amend the proper, because it is just in the board that we need to amend. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, having served myself as a judicial officer, I must say that this bill is of importance. The whole question of training is important. In fact, apart from the Constitution of Kenya, the Declaration of Principles of Judicial Training, which was made by the United Nations in 2017, had this to say, that judicial training is essential to ensure high standards of competence and performance. Judicial training is fundamental to judicial independence, the rule of law, and the protection of human rights of all people. So everywhere in the world, it is acknowledged that judges, magistrates, and other judicial officers who operate in our system of justice, even prosecutors, and sometimes defense counsel, should actually be trained for different reasons. First, many jurisdictions, including ours, require that you have continuous legal education. And continuous legal education, apart from being just for earning points, is also important because the world is changing and system change, rules of evidence change, and it is always important that our judges, our officers, keep in touch with that. It is also helpful that this kind of training is done across different jurisdictions so that we do not do extremely differently from what our neighbors are doing. If they are doing it better, let's copy from them. If we are doing it better, let them learn from us. Thirdly, in the Commonwealth, we put a premium on judge-led training so that you only invite outsiders if it is quite necessary. But in reality, when you get training of judicial officers, it makes a lot of sense if it is done by experienced persons, so that judges train judges, and people learn from people who have done it. And this is a function that can be very well done by the Judicial Service Commission, because it is very, very important that we do this. Mr. Speaker, we all attend different kinds of training. For instance, in the area of my specialty, which is medical law, things are changing everywhere around the world, especially on the area of ethics. I know that the United Kingdom is struggling with the idea of assisted dying, physician-assisted dying. I don't know what has gone wrong with our Mzungu friends, that now a person is assessed, so long as you are mentally okay, you can elect whether you want to, at the date you want to die, and so on. This, of course, should not be arriving in our country. But if it had arrived, it would be good for the country to know what are the ethical reasons for all these things. I know my chief whip here, Honorable Millie, has been raising a lot of legislation, some of which might actually be controversial. And our judges, if they pass into law, our judges might wish to acquaint themselves with these kind of laws so that we know the ethical implications of these many regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, let us go first of all before I end, the whole idea of induction nowadays is important. Once you become a magistrate, and now we are churning out many judges, induction is a very important part of this thing. And we want to bring it upon our judges that they must continue to read. I hope that the judiciary will always continue to know that more than any other profession, they need to read, because the law is hidden in the books of law. It is hidden in the judgments that come, and it is important that they have frequent meetings to know whether the judge in Kisii has decided what the judge in Vihiga has done, and whether the judgment in Vihiga, which is binding in a court in Malindi, has actually been brought together. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot gainsay the importance of judicial learning. So, this the establishment of an academy which already exists, by the way, should not be in conflict with the Constitution. I just wanted to inform the honorable leader that, in fact, it's not just a question of a gazette. Currently, the Judicial Service Academy is in the hands of the Judicial Service Commission. That is the way the Constitution looks at it. So this new academy cannot be in any other hands. Just put it nicely so that it is safely there and nobody can go to court to challenge us. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Very well, the Honorable Mutuse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the establishment of the Kenya Judiciary Academy through the Kenya Judiciary Bill, when enacted to become the Kenya Judiciary Act. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, I am the Vice Chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and this bill is being processed under the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. When the bill was read a first time and was referred to the committee, we have had extensive public participation. And in that public participation, several organizations, including the Judicial Service Commission, have had the opportunity to present their views. Mr. Speaker, there is no gainsaying as to the nobility of creating the Kenya Judiciary Academy through statute. As you are aware, today judges are trained, yes, through the Kenya Judiciary Academy, but it is created through administrative instruments. And the move is to make the creation of the academy through law so that it has permanency, so that it has predictability. Mr. Speaker, just as a way of expounding, you are aware that Parliament, the other arm of government, is managed under the Parliamentary Service Commission. And the Parliamentary Service Commission has delegated its training mandate to the Parliamentary Training Institute. The executive also has the Kenya School of Government that trains officers of the executive for purposes of continuous knowledge. As well, other independent organizations within the justice sector, including the Office of the DPP, have also had the opportunity to create their own training institutes. We now have the Prosecution Training Institute. I am aware that the EACC also has an integrity academy for purposes of training officers who execute specific mandates of those organizations. In looking at the Kenya Judiciary Academy, and in looking at the provisions of Article 171 1D, 172 1D, that my learned senior has cited, it is important also to remember that in the construction of law, you must look at statutory harmony. For example, the Kenya Judiciary Academy at Section 14 allows the Judicial Service Commission to delegate some of its functions. Allow me to repeat that Section 14 of the Judicial Service Act, the JSC Act, allows the JSC to delegate some of its functions. It is flowing from that the judiciary, working with the GSC, thought that there is wisdom in delegating the function of training to a judiciary training academy that is a body corporate under the Judicial Service Commission and under the judiciary, to safeguard and to take care of the fears that the body may be independent and therefore averse to the provisions of the Constitution. It is provided within the bill that the Judicial Service Commission shall appoint the board of directors, the chairperson of the board of directors of the academy will be appointed by the JSC. And the assumption is that it will be a commissioner of the JSC. And that the registrar of the academy, who is going to be the accounting officer of the academy, is also going to be an appointee of the JSC. And therefore, to allay any fears of unconstitutionality is to point out the fact that this is a body corporate that is to perform delegated functions of the Judicial Service Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, so that...
No, let's hear a point of order from Honorable Mili.
You are not
Just take your
not
seat.
sinner.
This is a very serious debate. Honorable Mili, what's your point
Thank
of
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the honourable member in order to imply that the Judicial Service Commission Act can take precedence over the Constitution? Because what he is actually implying, I've listened to him very carefully, and what he's implying is that because the Judicial Service Commission Act provides for delegated powers, therefore this act is not unconstitutional. Yet what Honorable Sunkuli was raising is the fact that Article 172(1)(d) confers that role to the Judicial Service Commission, and that therefore means that if the Judicial Service Commission was delegating, then it should be clearly indicated here. Otherwise, we are running into a possibility of unconstitutionality. Could he just clarify whether a Judicial Service Commission Act now is more supreme to the Constitution?
Honorable Mutuse,
most certainly.
Order Mutuse, I want you to deal with that matter very, very straight, because
Yes.
it's also very straight put.
Most certainly, Mr. Speaker, with tremendous respect to my learned senior, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. My argument from the beginning was that we need to read the two provisions in harmony. They are facilitative of each other.
Let's hear the point of order from Honorable Sunkuli.
No doubt, Honorable Mutuse is a good, very, very good lawyer. But could he perhaps not mislead us on one aspect? Delegated legislation cannot come through a bill, and that this is not the mode in which the delegated legislation is practiced. Could he perhaps tell us that the Judicial Service Commission, after this bill comes into force, will it still have the powers to delegate to anybody else? Or you will be in conflict with this bill? Because the delegated legislation are regulations which can be changed. How do you reconcile the fact that a bill which is being made by this House is taken as an action of delegation by the Judicial Service Commission?
Mutuse, your final bite, and then you proceed to conclude.
I think the learned senior, we are not speaking in the same language. There may be confusion, and let me be clear. We are not talking about delegated legislation. I am saying that Section 14, and we can check, of the Judicial Service Commission Act allows the judiciary to delegate some of its functions. The functions of the JSC are donated to it by Article 172 and also by the JSC Act. And the same JSC Act at Section 14 allows the judiciary to delegate some of its functions. In compliance with that, the judiciary is coming up with the Kenya Judiciary Act to delegate the training function of judges to the Kenya Judiciary Academy. And I was humbly requesting the two because they know that the law needs to be construed in harmony, to read Article 172 of the Constitution in harmony with Section 14 of the Judicial Service Commission Act, and they will find that the two are not in any way contradictory, and therefore there is no unconstitutionality. Having said that, because these arguments will come back and forth, I also agree with...
No, let Mutuse finish his bit. You will have a chance to speak to this, and I can see all of you are there. Mutuse, you may proceed to finish.
The issue of constitutionality is an issue that the committee delved with. And many of those who came before us in terms of public participation also had the opportunity to address this point. And certainly, as we are moving this in our second reading through the majority leader, we are settled in our minds that the issue of unconstitutionality is resolved, does not exist. In fact, there have been several drafts, and I remember when Justice Mokin Wanjala first appeared before us, this was a major issue. And they had to go back and redraft and come again, and we have had that back and forth until we found a legal way of resolving the issue that we raised today. I would be urging Parliament to expedite the creation of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, so that as all of us want, the training of judges can be certain, the training of justice can be predictable, the training of judges can be done through a body corporate, and that we can continue being the pioneer in the region that we have been on matters.
Honorable members, I think Honorable Millie, you'll be next to speak on this, but before you rise to speak on this, allow me, honorable members, you remember, as earlier directed by the Honorable Speaker, I now direct that we go back to order number 5 and 6 to allow the Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee to lay a paper and give notice of motion on the budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027. Please call the next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 2nd June 2026. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2026-2027 and the medium term, and the compendium of departmental committee reports on the consideration of the annual estimates.
Order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the medium term for the financial 2026-2027, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 2nd June 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 239-1 approves the issuance of the sums specified in the schedules to the report from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30th June 2027 in respect to the various votes, subject to paragraph 3, Committee of Supply. 2, makes the policy and financial resolutions as contained in the schedules to the report. And 3, orders that the Speaker do now leave the chair to facilitate the consideration of the said budget estimates with respect to each vote and program in the Committee of Supply as contemplated under Standing Order 240, that is consideration of estimates in the Committee of Supply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You may proceed to lay. Now we go back to the substantive motion on the floor of the House. Yes, Leader, what is it?
Honorable Speaker, on the substantive motion that's on the floor, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to make this clarification if you allow me. And I like the legal mind that's coming from the very able Honorable Sunkuli, who I am happy to learn a lot of things from. I didn't know that he was a medical lawyer. Now I know. I know. But Honorable Spukuli, he mentioned a very important aspect about the constitutionality of this motion, Honorable Speaker, and of this bill. And I want to say this. One, we have the Judicial Service Act, which empowers the JSC to actually do all of these things, including, as in the Constitution, issues of training and all that, and Article 171, which I agree with you. But then this bill, the Judicial Service Commission Act, is actually donating, or in other words, creating out of that power the Judicial Academy. So we are not in conflict, Honorable Speaker. What we are doing is, just JSC has said, okay, we have this power to train. We have this power to retool. We have this power as donated to us by the Constitution. But we are saying, as we do it, as we do this work, why don't we formally actually establish an academy to carry out the work that the Constitution donated to us, Honorable Speaker? And therefore, this act which we are giving is giving effect not only to the Constitution, but actually utilizing the powers of the Judicial Service Commission to create the academy, Honorable Speaker. And in doing so, and I want to read a small paragraph, if you allow me. The bill is delegating this function of GSC to train judges and judicial officers to the KJA, the Kenya Judicial Academy. Section 14 of the Judicial Service Act allows the GSC to delegate its function, allows the GSC...
Order, leader. We have already heard from you. Order. Let me give direction. Allow me to give direction. We heard you very clearly when you moved it. We have heard Honorable Mutuse and Udi's argument, and I allowed 2 points of order. Allow the debate to flow. This is not the third reading. Let's hear more. Honorable Mili, could we hear you on this matter? Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity and also to inform Honorable Baya that this is a kind of misadventure the Speaker was talking about. How can a non-lawyer be informing a lawyer? Of a very senior lawyer at that. Mr. Speaker, you cannot inform a lawyer on law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I also want to, even as I support, I want to also just notify Honorable Owen Baya that I'm very happy that he has a lot of confidence in me and in my skills, and he's saying that perhaps when I leave here, I might go to the judiciary. And I want to confess that in the two arms of government, the only one that I've never served in is in the judiciary. I have served as state counsel, so that means I've worked in the executive. And of course, perhaps I've been, the longest that's been here, because I only served as a state counsel for 3 years. But I want to say that because my skill set has been between those two, now I'm going to the highest office. So don't take me backwards, judiciary. Not that judiciary is bad, it's very good and it's doing important work. But I'm the president 2032. So what you need to do is talk to me so that I can make you the running mate or a cabinet secretary. But not anything to do with the law. You will be in my government because you are a very smart guy. You started in ODM, even though you ran away, but you know politics is interesting. Now we are both in broad-based, so you should have just stayed in ODM. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, but even in supporting, actually just before Honorable Sukuli spoke, I was Googling and looking very specifically at the wordings of Article 172(1)(d) that provides that the Judicial Service Commission shall prepare and implement programs for the continuing education and training of judges and judicial officers. Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with Honorable Sunkuli that when we say that this bill is giving effect to that article, then we run into headwinds constitutionally. I would suggest that you either go quiet and provide that it is just providing for training, because then it doesn't, Article 172(1)(d) gives opportunity for the Judicial Service Commission to train, but it does not stop anyone else from training. So you can set up a body for training, but Judicial Service Commission can also train. But having said that, the other way to go about it is to make it a body of the Judicial Service Commission, so that the people who are in the board are members of a Judicial Service Commission. And the reason I'm saying this is one of the issues that I've already picked here, is I don't see the representation of the Law Society of Kenya. Because many of the people who serve as judicial officers are also members of a Law Society of Kenya. And because of that, the Law Society of Kenya has an interest. And actually, the people who appear before the judiciary, members of the Law Society of Kenya. Yes, I'll allow you to inform me.
Yes, Honorable Mutuse.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to refer the Honorable Millie to Section 6 of the proposed bill. The administration of the Academy shall vest on a board of directors which shall consist of a chairperson appointed by the Commission from among members of the Commission, B, the Chief Registrar, C, a member of the Association of Judges and Magistrates elected by the members of the Association, D, a member of the Association of Judicial Staff nominated by the Association, E, one person who teaches law in a public university nominated by the universities, F, one person who teaches law in a private university nominated by private universities, G, and of importance, emphasis, an advocate of not less than 10 years experience nominated by the Law Society of Kenya, for your information, H, Secretary to the Council of Legal Education, and I, Director General of the Academy, who shall be the Secretary to the Board and shall not have a right to vote. Important, it is a body of the JSC because the chairperson is a commissioner of the JSC and the LSK as a representative.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to thank the Honorable Member for the information, especially on the Law Society, which I think because I'm wearing glasses today I missed. So I do agree with you that the LSK is there, but the composition here just tells you it's not Judicial Service Commission. And I'm glad you've read it out, because it shows you two representation from the Judicial Service, which is the Law Society and the chairperson. So I would just want to request the committee that improving a bill, there's no problem in improving a bill. Please take our word seriously. Perhaps if you go to the judiciary, they might turn a blind eye to this because it's for the judiciary. But really, it is actually, we are doing something that, sort of against the law, really. We should look at, because I think all of us are agreed that the judiciary needs an academy where we train judges and judicial officers, but let us just provide within that framework. Either don't make reference to Article 172, 1D, then it will be a body separate from the judicial service, or just replicate the Judicial Service Commission and just say that it will be, a training unit under the Judicial Service Commission. But again, I know there is an issue that Honorable Sunkuli is saying that do you delegate by well, actually it doesn't apply here. If you actually make it a body of the Judicial Service Commission, then the issue that he was raising does not apply. But I'm encouraging the legal committee, please look at that so that you don't get into unnecessary handwits, over things that are not important. On substance, we agree. And why do we agree? Because it's not just a judiciary, even in parliament. We have continuous training for members of parliament. And because there are many, many emerging issues that are not foreseen and that we deal with every time, issues of climate change, for instance, those were unforeseen. When we grew up, those were not major issues. Now they are there. Issues to do with the technology. Mr. Speaker, I was just amazed yesterday. I was up until 1 a.m. Doing amendments to various bills. But Mr. Speaker, my time was shortened because of technology. If it was long time ago, Mr. Speaker, I would have been sitting for, 2 more weeks, just bringing amendments. But technology now, so long, for instance, one of the things that I see scholars are having challenge with this AI. And we must learn to, accommodate AI because technology is changing the way we think and the way we operate. I feed it the right questions, it gives me the correct answers. A lot of the amendments I brought came in through AI. I fed it information, and it gave me things from international conventions and all. I don't need to sit and read 50 conventions that have to do with the training. But you see, because we are not used to that, because we have that traditional mentality, we will challenge it because we are not used to technology. And that's why we need training. The other issue is globalization that is changing the way we are relating with other people all over the globe. We need training on impact of globalization on us. There was a challenge that I'm seeing lawyers are dealing with on the issue of alternative dispute resolution. I'm sure some of you have seen it. And this has been a preserve of lawyers alone. And now we are seeing others who are coming in who are not lawyers, and the lawyers are complaining. How do you deal with that? And how do you move forward even if you're the judiciary? The issue of what, I would call it misogyny and all that, many of us have put in a lot of time and effort training others. Mr. Speaker, because my time was taken, could I please just be added 2 more minutes? Just 2 more minutes, Mr. Speaker.
No, you allowed yourself to be informed. You may proceed.
No, Mr. Speaker, but it is allowed under the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we have undertaken training in the past, even for others on issues of gender and mainstreaming. But because of technology that is now even teaching others about new things, Mr. Speaker, then it means we are untraining others through technology. Is it possible? That is why it's important that we have training that one can refresh us. We also have issues of ethics and integrity. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I have only one more thing to add. It will be maybe 2 lines.
Please give her 1 more minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last thing that I'd want to say is that as a country, we need to challenge ourselves. Every single institution has an academy or training, but we are not changing what is happening with us as a country. We went to Botswana, and we were trying to do benchmarking in Botswana. And they told us, but we were trained in Kenya. They were trained in Kenya, and we are going there to benchmark. I would want to say the way the Bible tells the Galatians, foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you? Foolish Kenyans, who has bewitched us? Why are we doing all these trainings and we can't change? And those issues of values that we are talking, we need to train our children. Let it start with us as adults. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support.
Honorable Wilberforce Ohundo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this bill before us. Honorable Speaker, the need to train judicial officers, retrain judicial officers, and bring them to speed cannot be gainsaid. It is important. Like anywhere else, new ideas come, we need to be continuously refreshed of new ideas. Indeed, quite a number of judicial officers, of course, when you appear before them, they have limitations that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Honorable Speaker, when I saw the bill, and when I saw the intention of the bill, as indicated in the long title, an act of parliament to establish the Kenya Judiciary Academy to give effect to Article 172(1)(d). I'm not an advocate, I'm not a lawyer, neither am I an advocate, but I just went and read it and consulted widely, and what everybody said, especially the lawyers, said it is tinged with some kind of unconstitutionality. There's some element of it that seems to be unconstitutional. Chair, Honorable Speaker, we are aware Parliament has got a training institute. It's not a standalone institute being a body corporate with a separate act of Parliament. It is not. We are aware the National Executive had Kenya School of Government is not a separate body corporate with an act of Parliament. Indeed, presidencies are there. So obviously, what crossed my mind and what sent fears, what's so special about the judiciary for it to be created a separate body corporate to train and retrain the judicial officers. Honorable Speaker, so as the lawyers in the House have stated, we might have to go back and rethink a tidier way of achieving the objective that the committee intended to achieve. That's the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. We might have to go back and rethink afresh. And I would wish to request the Vice Chair who is here, probably the neater way and the easier way could just to go and make several amendments on the Judiciary Act so that you provide for training as one of the functions. Now you put in statute one of the functions of the Judicial Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, I was also intrigued. There are two nominees to the board, one who teaches law in a public university and one who teaches law in a private university. And I do want Mutusa can, I'm just wondering, is the curriculum in private university different from public university? That's what now I was wondering. We're just trying to create.
Make your comments.
I thought we were just trying to create jobs for people. So I'm just wondering, Honorable Speaker, so some of these things make this bill look so targeted, so to speak. To be a target bill, we want to do XY for some people. Honorable Speaker, the chairperson, as per the current bill, which I have very many reservations, is appointed by the commission from among the members of the commission. And then now, Honorable Speaker, so a commissioner in the Judicial Service Commission is already remunerated. It's already remunerated. Yet, again, when you go to Article 9, Clause 9 of the bill, relax.
Honorable Mutuse, you will have even a chance to make a reply.
To reply.
You may
wait to reply.
Honorable Undo.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, Clause 9 again provides the chairperson and members of the board shall be paid such allowances as may be determined the commission in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. That is now, basically in principle, you cannot be paid twice for doing the same job, acting the same capacity. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm at loss. I'm at a loss, and I find it very difficult for us to have actually spent a lot of time and resources to draft a bill. And I have tremendous respect to all the lawyers who sit in the department, in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. But something must have gone amiss somewhere in the line of thinking, the structure of the academy. Something must have skipped their brilliant mind when they were doing this. And I want to urge them that instead of us probably bringing so many amendments that will literally water this thing down to nothing, why can't we go back and reflect? It's never too late to think through. It's never too late to change your mind. It's not bad to listen to the ideas and comments from your colleagues, because eventually, regardless whether I'm a lawyer or not, when we are here, all of us are lawmakers. So when we see something that does not seem to be okay, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we listen. But in any case, even if you force and go through, as I always say, the courts are our arbiter, and they have always been very good at that particular matter. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, nobody is demeaning the importance of Australian Training Institute for the Judiciary. Everybody is in total support, because what I learned, Honorable Speaker, when I was at the university about 30 years ago, can no longer be applicable. That's why even as an MP, I still go to refresh myself in my profession. I go to refresh myself because new ideas keep on coming. The laws keep on changing. Just for Honorable Speaker, I was just wondering, we now this grade 10, this CBC boys and girls. I don't know, those of us who are trained many years back, how we'll handle them when they come to university. See, they're already scary. They're scaring everybody. I don't know how we live in the universities that will manage them, because the way we teach at the universities is about theoretical foundation. Yet these boys and girls have been told to go and explore. They don't like theoretical foundations. They're told to go and explore. You are a teacher, I'll come back to you for retooling when it becomes necessary. Otherwise, I don't know what to say.
You're welcome.
I don't know what to
for
say.
Consultation.
To be honest, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether to support, to reject, or to do what. I see I'll have just put back to them to go rethink it. As an elder, I don't want to be seen. Just go rethink it. Honorable Mutuse, we are with us. Go think about it. Let's see what we can do to save the substance, to save the intention, instead of coming with an idea whose is dead, as we used sometimes to say, is dead on arrival. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to reserve to reserve whatever can reserve.
Very
Thank
well.
you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, allow debate to flow, because all of you will have a chance to speak to this. I also notice some of the examples you are giving. I follow the argument of Honorable Julius and Millie and Mtuse. When you do those examples, you must put them at the level of the Constitution, not the level of the Constitution and those of the acts, because that argument is strong on the level of the Constitution. But let's hear Honorable Robert Basil on the same.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was actually following the discussion very with a lot of happiness or with a lot of anticipation, particularly listening to the lawyers and also listening to what the other debaters have stated. From onset, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that I support this particular bill. And actually, the reason why I support is because it puts Kenya in the map of the world and makes Kenya to join other League of Nations. I'm talking of Italy, Bulgaria, Germany, Croatia, Singapore, the United States, Nigeria, India, and Pakistan that have already established a Kenya Judiciary Academy, Mr. Speaker. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, I've heard about the unconstitutionality that is coming out of this particular bill. But when you look at what has already been explained and what is stipulated in Article 172, Subarticle 1D, I actually agree with Honorable Millie that the best way to make this bill service is actually to anchor this Kenya Judicial Academy as a department under the Judicial Service Commission dedicated to provide training and research, Mr. Speaker. The reason why it's important to have the academy, Mr. Speaker, learning is a continuous process, Mr. Speaker, and this particular academy will provide knowledge and build capacity of magistrates, judges, cathists, and many other judicial officers, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, provide knowledge, build the knowledge gap within the judicial discipline, considering that the world is evolving and knowledge is needed every single time, Mr. Speaker. And as an output, we'll have competent professionals within the judicial service or within the field of law, judges, magistrates, and cathists who will have the competency required to discharge their duties, Mr. Speaker, and the professionalism that will come out of this Kenya Judicial Academy. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Academy will serve as a judicial think tank to be able to provide the guidance that will be required within the discipline or within judiciary, Mr. Speaker. It's also going to support jurisprudential development, which is essential and which is also going to support or facilitate policy decisions or discussions within the line of judiciary, Mr. Speaker. Now, when it comes to governance, this particular bill proposes a governance framework where there will be a governing council, the board of directors, responsible for policy and oversight, and that is contained within the bill if you look through the clauses as indicated, and also based on the composition under clause 6 of the bill, Mr. Speaker. So, in principle, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the bill because, in summary, it's going to ensure all trained judges and magistrates will be provided with the necessary training that they'll need to discharge their duty. It's going to ensure there is continuous learning within the judiciary discipline. At the same time, it's going to dedicate in research, particularly within the legal jargon, as well as within the whole, that is within the field of law, to ensure that the officers responsible to administer justice have the necessary prerequisite to discharge the duties needed or to discharge their functions as provided for in the law, Mr. Speaker. And then finally, is going to improve the court administration. And by doing so, case management will be improved. We have been seeing situations whereby cases are taking endless time in the courts. And this is also contributing to disservice, particularly to majority of Kenyans, more so the poor, who normally struggle to have justice completed or justice discharged, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, as many of the other speakers said, this particular academy will promote judicial ethics. And that is very important, and that is what we have been missing in this country, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I have all reasons to support the bill. Of course, we're going to move some amendments once we are going to reach to the Committee of the Whole House. With those few remarks, I rest my case and I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Before I give Honorable Karoli Omondi, what you are debating is very, very relevant to some of the constitutional clauses and that are within our constitution, and which have become sometimes hiccups to certain things to occur. Because when you look at that article, which was quoted by Sunkuli, it's quite clear, and it will tell you that on D, prepare and implement programs for continuing education and training of judges and judicial officers, and blah, blah, blah. That's where the strength of both Sunkuli and Mili was coming from. And Mili would say, this is the Constitution, how do you vary it using an act? But if you want good comparisons, the teachers are having the same challenge. You could check Article 237 of the Functional Teacher Service Commission, which goes on to include training and regulation of teachers under their mandate. So you are actually trying to break, and even in areas that can really help many groups. And don't allow this to die. If you have to align it to the Constitution and survive, then you'll have opened even a good gap for the teachers of Kenya to also make their regulator, despite the Constitution that is there. Let's hear Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to start by acknowledging that under Article 1 of our Constitution, the sovereign power rests with the people. And that sovereign power is then distributed to the three arms of government and other organs that are subsidiary to them. So even the judiciary, the judicial authority, the judicial power is delegated to them from the people. And actually, that is the basis of Article 159, sub-Article 1 of the Constitution. And it goes further. The article you've so ably quoted, Honorable Speaker, 172, 1D, where the power is distributed to the judiciary, but the judiciary is managed by the Judicial Service Commission.
Very good.
And the Judicial Service Commission, under that Article 172, 1D, is then given the power to prepare and implement programs for the continuing education and training of judges and judicial officers. Now, we have a principle in law called delegatus non potest delegare. To whom power is delegated, you cannot delegate further. There is a legal maxim, a Latin maxim, which I've just quoted, delegates non potest delegare. Now, what it means is that the sovereign power that has been delegated to the judiciary cannot be delegated further by the judiciary to other bodies outside the judiciary, unless it is expressly provided for. And if you look at the powers of the Judicial Service Commission, like the one I've quoted under 172(1)D, you ask yourself, can the Judicial Service Commission delegate the power to train and continuously educate judges and judicial officers to a body that is separate from the Judicial Service Commission? My instincts tell me that that is not possible. So the first thing that we should correct here is that we should not have Kenya Judiciary Academy. We should have Judicial Service Commission Academy, because that power is within the Judicial Service Commission. And the staff of that academy should be actually staff of the Judicial Service Commission. So there's a fundamental question we need to ask ourselves here of constitutionality of this bill, the way it has been structured. But let me leave that for the time being and go further. I'm very concerned that if you look at the objects of the academy and the content of the things they are supposed to do, we are not actually addressing the things that concern Kenyans or that would make our judiciary responsive to the needs of our citizens. Let me start with one. We have Article 10 of our Constitution, we have Article 232 of our Constitution, and Chapter 6 of our Constitution. National values, integrity, and how the aspirations we have for our country. Kenyans believe our judiciary is corrupt. Corruption is a major concern for Kenyans. But if you look at this bill, there is no mention that the objectives of the academy is to promote our national values. The objective of the economy is to promote integrity and responsible leadership under Chapter 6. So again, the very things that concern Kenyans have not been captured here. So there's still a lot of work to be done here. Let's even go further. If you look at our Constitution, Articles, again, 172(1), there is mention of efficiency, the word efficiency. Article 159, sub-article 2B, again, efficiency is mentioned. But yet, if you go here and read what is supposed to be the objects and purposes of the academy, efficiency is not mentioned. Under Article 159, the one I've mentioned, they say justice shall not be delayed. That is a requirement of our Constitution. Justice shall not be delayed. We have a judiciary that has no sense of efficiency. Cases that should take 1 week take years. Those that should take months take decades. Yet, that particular issue is not even addressed here. And you have cases where judicial officers aid and abet case delays. So what we should have here as part of what the Judicial Service Commission Academy should be doing is proper case management for effective dispensation of justice without any further delays. That is missing. Let us even take it further. If you look at Article 172(1), some words appear there: accountability, transparency. Yet, the entire bill does not talk about performance contracting and performance evaluation and performance monitoring of the judiciary. This is what the Judicial Service Commission School should be doing, teaching accountability, the way the judges perform their duties, and giving the public access to the performance of judges. There is nothing we should hide in the judiciary. We should know which judges deliver their judgments on time, which ones are lazy, which ones are corrupt, and we should have access to that information. That is missing here. So if we are to go on with this bill, you can clearly see there's still a lot of work to be done. Let's even go further. The current judiciary is notorious for giving conflicting decisions, where junior courts undermine decisions of superior courts by issuing conflicting decisions. And I will give you 2 examples. There's a case, there was a civil case decided by the Court of Appeal of Kenya. This is Kisumu Civil Appeal number 261 of 2008. That particular case was decided in 2012, when the Court of Appeal was the last court of resort in this country. After that, somebody went and instituted a case in Land and Environment Court in Kisumu. Environment and Land Court at Kisumu, Constitutional Petition number 6 of 2020. Notwithstanding the fact that even that ELC court had no jurisdiction because the effectiveness of the Land and Environment and Land Court Act had not come into force. They went ahead and made a decision contradicting the Court of Appeal, which was the court of last resort. There's even another one in the case of Mombasa Civil Appeal number E023 of 2020, where the Court of Appeal made a decision on a matter. An Environment and Land Court in Malindi, in a subsequent case, number ELC LOS stroke E003 stroke 2023, overturned the decision of the Court of Appeal on the same matter with the same parties. This is criminal. It is a clear case that the judiciary has become dysfunctional because a lower court cannot overturn the decision of a superior court, but more so in the same station where they are supposed to have the full information. So finally, if you look again at this bill, there's no mandatory requirement that all judicial officers must undergo compulsory training from time to time on those issues that I've outlined. Case management to bring efficiency, accountability questions, performance contracting, nationhood science, and avoidance of all the bad habits we see in our judiciary. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a question we need to answer as a parliament, whether we can have an independent Kenya School of, Judiciary Academy outside the framework of Judicial Service Commission. Because to me, that will not happen. I mean, that will be unconstitutional. Because I don't believe the Judicial Service Commission can donate the powers given to it under Article 172 to another body. It should be an academy of the Judicial Service Commission with staff from the Judicial Service Commission. And we should expand this, if at all we answer that question, that we can go ahead, to include the issues I've mentioned. Because our judiciary is becoming a weak link in the development of this country. Cases are taking too long. Cases are becoming too expensive. Judicial officers lack accountability. You can't question them. You can't access them. And the public cannot interrogate what they do. So we want their performance. We want judiciary to be transparent and have performance of each judicial officer made public so that we can see how many cases they decided in each year, how many cases they delayed, how many things forgeries or wrong decisions they made. So we know. So even a member of the public can on his or her own motion, move a motion or appeal to the Judicial Service Commission to have a judicial officer disciplined. Otherwise, I think there's still a lot of work. I will not support at this stage until we answer that question on the legatas non potest de ligare. Thank you very much.
Very well. I think one of the cases you quoted must have been the Miwani land case. Yeah. Let's hear Timothy Rotich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the letter and the intent of this particular piece of legislation. Honorable Speaker, formally, prior to the 2010 Constitution, we had what you call the Judiciary Training Institute. Honorable Speaker, that was established in 2008 by the retired CJ Evans Gisheru. Honorable Speaker, when the 2010 Constitution was passed, the Kenya Judiciary Academy was clothed and given legal authority under Article 172(1) of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Committee of JLAC, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And the issue of constitutionality of the Kenya Judicial Academy, Honorable Speaker, came up during our discussions. Honorable Speaker, what is provided for in the bill and what the committee has recommended is or are totally different. Honorable Speaker, for example, under the long title of the bill as drafted, Honorable Speaker, it provides very clearly that it is an act of Parliament to establish the Kenya Judicial Academy to give effect to Article 172(1)(d) of the Constitution to provide for the management, functions, and powers of the Kenya Judicial Academy and for connected purposes. But, Honorable Speaker, in the report that has been discussed and tabled before this House, Honorable Speaker, it provides that it is an act, the bill is an act of Parliament to give effect to Article 172(1)(d) of our Constitution by establishing the Kenya Judicial Academy to prepare and implement programs for the continuing education and training of judges, judicial officers, and the judicial staff on behalf, Honorable Speaker, under the new long title, the proposed new long title by the committee of this bill. Honorable Speaker, it provides very clearly that this bill shall give a linkage between the Judicial Service Commission and the Kenya Judiciary Academy. So, Honorable Speaker, whatever the Kenya Judiciary Academy will be implementing or will be executing will be for and on behalf of the Judicial Service Commission. So, Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to give the linkage between the Judicial Service Commission and the Kenya Judiciary Academy, because, Honorable Speaker, you do not expect the JSC to execute all training activities on its own behalf. So, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Judiciary Academy is acting for and on behalf of the Judicial Service Commission.
Honorable Member, did I hear you almost insinuate that the report is different from the bill?
Absolutely.
Or what am I? Are you a member of that committee?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
You may proceed.
Absolutely, Honorable Speaker. What the bill provides and what was discussed in the committee, Honorable Speaker, is different. Because the issue of constitutionality of the bill was discussed before the before the committee, and for that reason, there was a linkage that was, we linked the Judicial Service Commission and the Kenya Judicial Academy as provided for in the report. Honorable Speaker, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I have said the long title of the bill, as it appears in the bill and as it appears on the report, is totally different. And this is where we come in, Honorable Speaker. I've said, under the current proposed amendment by the committee, we've said, and I want Honorable Millie to listen carefully to the proposed long title of the bill so that she can get the linkage. We've said, Honorable Speaker, under the new title, that we've said that this is an act of Parliament to give effect to Article 172(1)(d) of the Constitution by establishing the Kenya Judiciary Academy to prepare and implement programs for continuing education and training of judges, judicial officers, and judicial staff on behalf. So the new introduction, Honorable Speaker, is on behalf of the Judicial Service Commission and for connected purposes. Honorable Speaker, in as much as I've had my colleague here talking about delegatus non potest delegare, which is a well-known legal maxim, that you cannot delegate what has been delegated to you. Honorable Speaker, the Judicial Service Commission, although the Constitution does not provide the express delegation, but we are saying JSC has not delegated its power. The Kenya Judiciary Academy is acting for and on behalf of the Commission. Honorable Speaker, I think that is the clarity that must come, that must be clear in debating this bill. Honorable Speaker, furthermore, if you look at the composition of the Kenya Judiciary Academy, Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that the linkage between the Academy and the JSC includes the fact that the chairperson of the board is drawn from the membership of the Commission. Honorable Speaker, Also, we are provided under clause 12.1c that the JSC will approve the Academy's organizational structure and staff establishment. Honorable Speaker, from that, you cannot go further and say that Kenya Judicial Academy has taken over the role of the commission, because the staffing, the organizational structure must be approved by the Judicial Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, JSC cannot manage or cannot run all the affairs of the academy. Honorable Speaker, in LSK, we have a special committee that deals with CLE programs. If we leave it to the body of LSK without having a subcommittee to manage continuing legal education of LSK, for example, Honorable Speaker, they cannot effectively, LSK as a body cannot effectively manage training programs. Honorable Speaker, the purpose is to have the Kenya Judiciary Academy manage the programs of training, further education, but must be under the Judicial Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
I expected Mutuse to be on a point of order. He didn't, but let's proceed. For those who are following keenly, let's hear from now the Honorable Wakili. Yes, that is who? That is Stephen Mogaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to also make a contribution to this unprecedented bill. I also sit in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and I do get excited when our legal minds in the House are plunging into the deep end and raising the very questions we raised on first sight of this bill. And I want to thank my colleagues in the committee because we combed through the presenters and drafters of the bill to get to the report that is being discussed before this House. One thing I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, is that nobody can oppose the fact that continuous training of our judges and judicial officers is not a thing for discussion. It is not a thing for debate. Because all of us know that we are a very excited country with very enthusiastic citizens, and therefore judicial arbitration must be as robust as the Kenyans' minds whenever we are dealing with any issue. And that is why I'm extremely happy that while hitherto training of judicial officers has been an extension of the Judicial Service Commission, the Commission has sat and understood that it cannot efficiently and effectively provide the required training to make our judges not only up to date with what is happening within the country, but also within across the borders. Because one of the questions that we had to deal with during the consideration of this bill is the question of certification. As Judicial Service Commission, can they have the powers to certify the training that they are giving? And the other question we had to deal with, do we, as a leading star in justice within the continent, do we still want to continue looking inwards, or do we need to onboard our regional partners in training the continent of Africa, and therefore we will need to get a mechanism of certification of the training that is being provided from Kenya? Is therefore the Judicial Service Commission, as presently constituted, capable of giving certification to international learners? And this is an opportunity as a committee that we considered and said that if we segregate training from the normal judicial functions of the Judicial Service Commission, then we are creating a niche for Kenya in providing international training for judges and judicial officers, and be able even to make our judiciary attract other streams of income, which through will reduce the burden of taxation that this country is suffering. Mr. Speaker, looking at the constitution of the board, you can see a blend of both the existing judicial service employees as well as private sector practitioners, which Honorable Undo was asking, what is the difference between a lecturer in a private university and a public university? Kenya is renowned for public-private partnership, and therefore the Academy's board is not blind to the fact that we must be inclusive and not only make the Academy be run by people who are only serving in the public service. It is as inclusive as it is supposed to be. I heard Honorable Karori Omondi prescribe what he would have loved to see in the bill, being the content of the kind of training that in his mind should be the one conducted by the Academy, which is very well and very welcome. But that is preserved for the curriculum development for the Academy. It is not for the enabling statute, because once the enabling statute is done, then the practitioners and lecturers will now develop content which will be in the curriculum that will be as internationally inclusive as will be humanly possible. Mr. Speaker, we need to support and capacitate our judiciary, because justice is done within society, and our society is fast changing, and it is important that our judiciary and judicial officers are properly tooled to be able to deal with emerging challenges, so that we do not have, when a dispute is taken before the judiciary and for lack of preparedness, a decision is rendered that would would only drive people to resort to other means of grievous settlement. Mr. Speaker, this is a very welcome bill, and whatever provisions that are looking disturbing to any Kenyan, those are amendable, but we cannot throw away the baby with the big efforts that have been done today. I want to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and persuade our colleagues that if there are amendments that are required to be made, let us make them, but in only furthering the very good intentions of capacitating our judiciary. I also take exception on remarks, blanket remarks that are given about judiciary, corruption. Please, if there is a corrupt individual, they are known by name and should be named by name. This condemning of a society or an institution wholesale, particularly from an august house such as this one, I distance myself from that and say we have the most brilliant minds and in the judiciary, just as we have in Parliament, because the same thing we are doing, public and wholesale condemnation of institutions and societies, is the very condemnation I hear of Parliament, which I say is very unfortunate, because I even watch, Mr. Speaker, on television, people who have not elected me condemning Parliament, and instead of speaking about the member of Parliament they have voted for, they sit there and give wholesale condemnation of our House, notwithstanding that we have very serious and brilliant minds within here, and who are beyond Caesar's wife's reproach. I want to support this bill and persuade us that as a House, we are called upon to make this very fundamental decision The fact that KRA Institute is not a body corporate, the fact that TSC training mechanism is not a body institute is not a reason to kill a very fundamental and progressive idea like this. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Very well. In fact, if you were able to navigate on this one, you would have also given the teachers a chance to make a law similar to this. But you know, we have to deal with the issues of constitutionality, the way you have spoken about them. And therefore, I was also expecting to hear Honorable Mutuse on a point of order when one of the members of the committee did rise and looked like was contradicting what he had presented. But nevertheless, we still have our next chance, and therefore, I'll not ask you to reply. And if any member is not satisfied with the issues of constitution, you can always rise on a point of order anytime, even tomorrow and any other sitting day, and the speaker will be very, very glad to make a decision. So therefore, honorable members, let's be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 3rd June 2026 at 9:30 a.m.